I am so happy that you're here today because I'm diving into that popular reality show Love is Blind, Season 8, the first episode. Hi, I'm Dr. Pam, therapist and passionate couples counselor, and today's takeaway from this episode is that choosing the right partner isn't about flattery or surface level talk. It's about asking the right questions and truly listening. I'm going to share with you common dating mistakes that can lead you to the wrong person, and I'm going to show you how to build a real connection by creating deeper conversations. Let's talk about the red flags you might be missing. For example,
should this be the first date that I walk out on? It might have to be.
Yes, perhaps she should have walked out.
I really hope I talk to someone who just gets it, gets me.
Please don't be so quick to believe that someone truly gets you. Okay, let's just dive right in and I'll break down the warning signs and show you the green flags, and I will show you how to ask meaningful questions to truly get to know someone.
What do you need from a woman in a relationship?
I want a family someday, and so someone, who's open to, kids and being, the mother of my children.
Love that. I have always wanted a family of my own.
That was a great question. What do you need in a woman? But he never actually answered it. Instead, he shifted the conversation to wanting a family with a woman rather than sharing what he values in a woman. And this was an important moment, and she didn't seem to notice that he didn't really answer the question, and I'm sure that it was unintentional on his part, and she was touched by his desire for a family. And while that reveals life goals, which is of course very important, but it doesn't reveal anything about compatibility, relationship expectations, or what he's truly looking for in a partner.
My sister was born blind.
Oh.
So my whole life I've seen how she just loves people without seeing them. Yeah, if I could just be a little bit like her, that'd be cool.
Yeah. Well, I think you're more like her than you realize.
So when he shares with her, that he has a sister who is blind and that he wants to be more like her, she immediately reassures him by saying, "You're more like her than you realize." But how can she possibly know that? Instead of offering comfort, this was a moment to ask curious and deeper questions, questions that could have revealed more about his self-perception and personal struggles. She could have asked, in what ways do you want to be more like her? And what makes you feel like you're not already like her? These questions would have given her real insight into perhaps his values or even his insecurities or his aspirations for personal growth. Instead, the opportunity for a meaningful conversation was lost.
Tell me what I need to know about you.
I'm really into fashion and clothing. And
That's cool.
and I'm a big foodie. I love cooking and going to restaurants and trying new things.
I love that. I'm a big foodie too.
That was a great question. She asked, "What do I need to know about you?" because it invites a meaningful conversation. And I do wish that they had gone deeper, because this show is like dating on steroids to find a life partner. So he shared his hobbies and his interests, which, is important, but it doesn't really offer any information about his values or his emotional awareness or really much about who he is as a person. When you are looking for a life partner, self-awareness is super important. So a follow-up question could have been, what do I need to know about you when it comes to relationships? That could have shifted the conversation toward deeper insights, like how he handles conflict, or how he communicates, or maybe what he has learned from past relationships. That's where true connection can start.
In my past, nothing has ever worked out, and it's exhausting. You have to start over and over and over before you even get a chance to start.
Dating and trying to find your life partner is exhausting, but the reason that I'm showing you this clip is because when she said that nothing has ever worked out, I just hope that she has done some self-exploration to understand why relationships didn't work out. What has she learned from those experiences? She's on Love is Blind with the goal of getting married, so self-awareness is crucial. And understanding past patterns, what went wrong, and how she has grown from them can make all the difference in building a lasting relationship.
I constantly have music playing.
What type of music do you like?
Everything but country.
I don't like country.
Oh, thank God.
My biggest thing is I love dancing. I'll just like grab one of my friends and we'll start swing dancing.
I used to swing dance
Really?
every single Wednesday.
Oh, that is awesome.
They have a good start here, sharing interests, seemingly a similar sense of humor. So let's see if they go deeper.
I would honestly describe my sisters as probably my best friends.
Is a straight up green flag.
And then I always say 3. I had one that passed away when I was 16. And I won't dive into it all right now.
I want to make sure my partner understands that no matter what, I'm going to be there.
Great. They're discussing family relationships, which are important to both of them. And when he mentioned his sister's passing and that he would share more details as they got to know each other better, I thought that it was good. He was trying to set a pace for such a personal topic, you know, something that he would share perhaps when he felt more connected to her. However, like I said, dating in this type of setting moves so quickly, so I hope that if they feel a connection, that they do both engage in vulnerable sharing as their relationship evolves. And another thing, when he says that he's always going to be there, she could have asked him, what does that mean to you? Rather than just saying it was a fantastic first date. Sometimes when we hear something, we fill in the blanks of what it means because we have our own meaning. If she would have asked for clarity, it could have led to a deeper conversation about his view on commitment and support and emotional availability. Important things to understand early on in a relationship.
What's wrong with you? Why are you here? I just have kind of been an ass to women. I work in medical aesthetics. That has affected me in terms of what a woman should look like. There's none of that included in this experiment. It's testing me that am I that guy?
I have some concerns about Dave. It's hard to say why someone would start a date with what's wrong with you. Maybe he was nervous, maybe it's his sense of humor, or maybe he enjoys catching women off guard to gain a subtle upper hand. My gut tells me that he's masking his own insecurities, meaning he's deflecting whatever fears he has about what might be wrong with him. He shared that he's always been an ass to women and that he has always judged them for their looks due to the fact that he works in the industry with Botox and fillers and plastic surgery and all of that. And he says that he wanted to confront that part of himself, so he came on Love is Blind to see if he's truly that guy. Here's the problem. Dating is not the place to figure that out, and especially dating to find a life partner and get married in 4 weeks. With the degree of challenges that he is describing, self-reflection and personal growth should happen before he enters the dating world, not at someone else's expense. Do that inner work first and then bring that growth-oriented version of yourself into relationships. I mean, we all have inner work to do that's often ongoing if you're a growth-oriented person, but it seems like Dave might need a jump start.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay. So you're no longer attractive.
Oh my God. Should this be the first date that I walk out on?
I'll be a little nicer to you. Why are you here?
Yes, perhaps she should have walked out. That would have been setting a clear boundary around self-respect and how she wants him to speak to her. If she even wanted another date with him. Right from the start, he's leaning into being that guy, the one he supposedly wants to understand and confront. When he follows up with, okay, I'll be nice to you before asking a real question, it speaks volumes. Here's the problem. Being nice on a date isn't a gift. It's the bare minimum. Acting like kindness is a choice rather than a basic part of a relationship is a major red flag. It shows that he thinks respect is something that he can choose to give instead of something he should give to everyone just because they deserve it. That's not just a bad first impression, it's a warning sign about how he views relationships.
I've been a very shallow person. I really don't want to be that way at all. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of why I'm here for sure. There's not one way to be a beautiful woman.
I also do think that physical attraction grows.
Lauren missed a crucial opportunity here. Instead of jumping into her own beliefs, she needed to see the major red flag in what he is saying. When he admits, I've been a very shallow person and I don't want to be that way, it's not just enough to take that at face value. There's a deeper conversation that needs to happen. Rather than assuming he's changed just because he acknowledges his past, she could have asked, what growth work have you done to understand why you've been that way? And how has this impacted your past relationships? And what does being that way actually look like in a relationship? Self-awareness is a great starting point, but real change requires effort and action. And without those pieces, his admission might not be a sign of growth. It could just be self-recognition without accountability.
I haven't had a serious boyfriend. I never have felt the need to have a boyfriend. I mean, that could be easy if I wanted to, I would.
Wow, cocky.
We just couldn't get on the same page of making things work.
Okay.
A couple of important things stand out here. First, I would ask Molly more about why she hasn't been in a serious relationship. She mentions that she dated and she and her partners couldn't get on the same page about making things work. But what does that actually mean? Instead of just saying okay and moving on, he missed an opportunity to dig deeper and truly understand her relationship patterns. This was his chance to learn what has and hasn't worked for her in past relationships and whether she has self-awareness around those experiences. A few questions that he could have asked would be, what do you mean by being on different pages? Was it about timing or values or something else? And he could have asked, looking back, do you see any patterns in why things didn't work out? And what have those experiences taught you about what you need in a partner? Asking these questions wouldn't just have helped him understand her, it would have also shown if she's done the work, the growth work, to be ready for a serious relationship. And then there's him, calling her cocky. He insists that he's just playing with her, but this isn't the first time that he has spoken in a jarring way on dates. Dismissing confidence as arrogance is worth paying attention to whether this is a pattern in how he interacts with women. And it's also worth considering if he's projecting, meaning, does he have his own blind spot into his own cockiness and he's projecting it on others?
Oh, I also haven't had a ton.
Okay.
I've had a lot of girls I've gone on a few dates with, never really introduced them to my family.
Okay. So tell me a little about your family.
Wanting to know more about his family could have come later. A more productive follow-up question in that moment could have been to focus on his limited dating experience, especially when he mentioned that he's only been on a few dates and none of them progressed far enough to introduce someone to his family. This was a great opportunity to explore why relationships haven't developed beyond a few dates. Instead of moving on, she could have asked him, what do you think has kept those relationships from progressing? And were you the one who pulled away, or did they? And what do you feel was missing in those connections? And how do you know when you're truly interested in someone? I know that these are deep questions, but asking these questions would have given her deeper insight into his mindset around dating and relationships, whether he struggles with emotional availability or avoids deeper connections, or simply hasn't met the right person. Understanding this before diving into learning more about his family would have been far more telling about whether he's truly ready for a serious relationship.
He was just very hard on me about just doing the right thing, having integrity. And I haven't always had that.
You feel like you still struggle with that at all, or?
I'm not gonna be perfect.
Right.
Again, another missed opportunity to learn more. When he admitted that he hasn't always had integrity, that was a significant revelation, one that could have led to real insight about his growth and past behavior. Her follow-up question, do you still struggle with that, was a step in the right direction, but it didn't quite get to the heart of the issue. Instead, she could have asked, what has lacking integrity looked like for you in the past? Why do you think you've struggled with integrity? And I didn't show the clip where he shared that his mother had passed away from breast cancer, so this might not have been the right moment to push too much. However, his comment about his mother being strict about integrity raises important questions, one that can be explored perhaps at a later time, but asking questions like, what did your mother mean when she talked to you about integrity? And why do you think she was hard on you about it? And how did you feel about the way she approached that with you? Another key piece here to consider is that he did openly admit to being an ass to women. So could this be connected to his struggles with integrity?
What are you looking for in a partner?
I just want someone who's kind.
It's really important to me that like people feel safe with me.
Oh my gosh. You're saying all the right things, Madison.
Alex and Madison start out by sharing interesting things about each other, and then she dives into, what do you want in a partner? It's a nice progression to start light and then go deeper. So rather than saying, you're saying all the right things, he could have asked, what does being safe in a relationship mean to you? And why is that so important to you?
I had a rough childhood. My relationship with my mother is tough because I've just had to be like a parent to her my whole life.
I've also had some family issues.
It's very common for people to respond to someone's meaningful or painful experience by sharing a similar one of our own. It's a natural way to connect. However, in this case, she has shared a lot of trauma, including a difficult relationship with her mother and the burden of having to parent her mother her entire life. Let me be clear about something though. Having trauma does not mean that someone cannot have a healthy relationship. But it does mean that deeper conversations are necessary to understand how that trauma has shaped them and how they navigate relationships. So instead of just listening and moving on, he could be asking more thoughtful questions to gain insight into her personal growth and if she seems ready for a healthy relationship. Some important questions he could ask. How do you feel how your past has impacted how you navigate relationships? How do you think your upbringing affects what you need from a partner? And what does emotional support look like for you in a relationship? These questions aren't about judging her past, but about understanding whether she has done the personal growth work to build healthy relationships.
I was relentlessly bullied. I remember going into lunch and I'd try to sit down at a table and people would push my tray off the table. And so I'd go eat alone in the bathroom.
That makes my heart hurt for you.
She could do the same. When he opened up about experiencing brutal bullying, it was an important moment, not just for expressing empathy, although empathy is a huge green flag, but she could also seek to understand how that trauma has shaped him over time. Painful experiences like bullying don't just fade. They often influence how someone sees themselves, their relationships, and their ability to trust others. So rather than just offering comfort, she could have asked deeper questions to explore how this has affected him long term. So she could have asked, how do you think being bullied has impacted the way that you connect with people today? And do you still struggle with the effects of being bullied? And if so, in what ways? And how do you handle conflict or rejection now because of what you went through? Asking these types of questions would have helped her understand how he has processed his past trauma, whether he's still carrying wounds that affect his relationships, or if he has developed healthy ways to manage the impact that being bullied had on him.
Just have, lost a lot of people.
I think having tough times makes you a stronger person.
I just feel tired of always having to be resilient and strong.
Madison shared a deeply emotional story about losing her brother in a car accident, a moment that deserved space for reflection and understanding. However, instead of truly sitting with that pain, he quickly jumped into the assumption that tough times make you stronger. While resilience can come from hardship, not everyone experiences it that way. And not everyone wants to always be strong. Rather than assuming, he needed to ask thoughtful questions to truly understand how this loss has shaped her. Some questions he could have asked her could be, how has losing your brother impacted the way you see relationships and life? What do you mean when you say you're tired of being resilient and strong? jumping to conclusions about someone's grief can actually feel dismissive, even if it's unintentional and likely was.
I think just like in a partner, like that is like something that I'm really looking for, is someone who's like still really close with their family.
I'm still very close with my mom and my dad. If you ever need a little bit more family, let me know. I can extend the invitation.
That was yet another missed opportunity to learn more about Madison. Instead of extending an invitation for her to turn to his family for support, an offer that isn't particularly meaningful at this early stage since they're just getting to know each other, he could have used this moment to better understand what she truly desires in a future family dynamic. Madison has already shared that she has a distant father and isn't close with her mother. That's significant. Rather than brushing past that, he could have asked deeper, more thoughtful questions to explore how that has shaped her vision of their future or her future, such as, what kind of relationship do you hope to have with your future partner's family? How do you think your life experiences have impacted the way you connect with people? Rather than assuming he can fill the emotional gaps that she has from her family, he could have taken this as an opportunity to understand how she envisions emotional support and connection in her future. That insight would have given him a clearer sense of their compatibility, rather than a well-intended, although unrealistic, promise of support. Let me say this though, going on this show and dating in a pod must be terribly anxiety-provoking, which can impact how one reacts in the moment. So this isn't about judging them, it's about providing you with helpful tips for your relationship life.
Are you religious?
I'm not.
My parents are still Christian.
Yeah.
And it's something that I feel like I've always really disappointed them in.
You should do what makes you happy in the end.
I really hope I talk to someone who just like gets it, like gets me.
Please don't be so quick to believe that someone truly gets you. Meg feels understood by Mason, but all he really said was, do what makes you happy in the end. That's supportive, but it's also vague. I think people often get swept up by approval and support and flattery, mistaking it for deep connection. But those things, while they're very nice, don't actually reveal much about a person's values, emotional depth, or the ability to truly understand you. Real connection comes from someone engaging with your thoughts, challenging you when needed in a respectful way, and showing they understand why you feel the way that you do, not just agreeing with you. This doesn't mean a conversation should lack approval and flattery and support. It's about finding the right balance. When you're dating, those things are important, but they shouldn't overshadow deeper, more meaningful conversations. And I've noticed that many of these couples are leaning way too heavily into flattery rather than striking a balance with discussions that truly reveal who they are and how they connect.
Just like thoughts on sex, like, is it really important to you?
I think it's really important.
What type of kisser are you? Are you like super aggressive kisser?
Sometimes it's more slow and, I don't know, sexy, I guess.
Speaking my language over there, Molly.
Conversations about sexual desires and compatibility are important, but these two are still in the early stages of getting to know each other. Before diving into that, it would have been better to build a meaningful connection first. After all, they're looking for a life partner. There are so many deeper questions that lay a foundation for a strong relationship, like, what challenges do you bring to a relationship? What do you feel good about contributing to a relationship? How do you handle conflict? These conversations build emotional intimacy, which are important before talking about physical compatibility. I am also concerned that Dave may have boundary issues because bringing up sex too soon can show a lack of awareness around timing and comfort. He may not have considered that it could make the other person feel uncomfortable, or he might be focusing more on his own interests rather than a mutually evolving connection.
What's your favorite movie?
The Sound of Music.
I've watched The Sound of Music probably 5,000 times.
Stop it!
And I like wore the most ridiculous clothing.
Oh.
There's really no depth to this conversation. I mean, while they're having fun, which is very important, But like I said, since being on Love is Blind is like dating on steroids, they need to get to know important relationship things about each other to decide if they can seriously consider marriage. People often mistake fun for a deep connection, but it's just a starting point. A strong relationship isn't just about enjoying each other's company. It's about knowing if you can navigate life's ups and downs together, because they will come. If you weren't on Love is Blind, I would say this is a great start. Friendship is a strong foundation for a meaningful connection. But in this setting, they need to explore more substantial conversations to truly know if they are compatible for marriage.
What's a non-negotiable for you?
I don't know.
I think the way that my partner would like fit in with my family.
Okay, I'm great at that. Not to brag.
Okay, great.
Oh my God,
Good with parents, good with brothers.
Oh my God, yes.
Good with nieces.
Yes.
This was an excellent question, but she jumped in too quickly and answered it herself. The bigger question is, why doesn't he know what a non-negotiable is for him? That's an important insight into his level of self-awareness and relationship experience. Instead of jumping in so quickly, she could have given him more time to think and respond, or a great follow-up question would have been, have you ever encountered a non-negotiable in a past relationship? This would have encouraged him to reflect on his experiences in relationships and then provide a more meaningful answer.
We like got a tattoo in town that day.
So you have a little party girl in you.
Yeah.
I did not think that of you like when we talked initially.
Really? Do you have any tattoos?
I also have one that says proud of you.
This was a nice conversation. They shared more about themselves, what they enjoy, their interests, and a bit about who they are. A key moment was when Dave was learning more about Lauren in a way that challenged some of his preconceived notions about her, which is important in breaking assumptions and truly getting to know someone. Dave also opened up about his meaningful tattoos, which are deeply connected to his mom, who passed away from breast cancer. That level of personal sharing added emotional depth to their conversation, allowing for a more genuine connection beyond just surface level topics.
Molly, I like you.
Yeah, I like you
a
too.
lot. I haven't told you that, but ever since the beginning, I was just like, Molly.
Yeah.
So when someone says they like you, don't just feel flattered. Take a moment to find out why. And I know that that might feel uncomfortable. However, in the early stages of a relationship, we tend to project our own hopes and assumptions, an idealized version of the other person, often creating what we want them to be rather than who they truly are. So to gain more clarity, you can ask, what is it about me that you're drawn to, even if that's uncomfortable? This question helps to sort out whether their interest in you is based on who you actually are or not. It gives you insight into whether they are paying attention to you as a person or just an idea of you. Okay, that's a wrap on episode 1. I'm so happy that you're here today because I'm diving into Love is Blind Season 8, the 2nd episode. Hi, I'm Dr. Pam, therapist and passionate couples counselor. And today's takeaway is that a strong relationship isn't just about chemistry, it's about so much more. This is not only about recognizing red flags, but also avoiding idealized romance. And I'm also going to break down anxious and avoidant attachment styles in relationships. Is it a red flag or just a difference in how people connect? And here's a glimpse of what's to come.
She is just so fun.
Honestly, my thought was, WTF.
Would you get engaged with me?
What just happened?
Maybe a little bit of a trigger for me because
He's not wrong. Relationships between anxious and avoidant attachment styles can be very challenging, but they are not impossible. So let's just dive right in with Daniel and Taylor.
I love my dad, and he's had like a piece of my heart recently. It's unfortunate that it takes an illness or something to make you realize those things.
It's just, that's real life.
There was zero empathy in his response. She had just shared her fear of losing her father to an illness, something so deeply frightening and personal and painful. And his response, that's real life. And then on top of that, he he shifts the conversation to his gratitude for his parents.
Yeah.
I remember playing catch with my dad. I'm so thankful for my parents.
Yeah.
There's like so much stuff that I would take with me into like a marriage.
Rather than acknowledging her feelings or offering comfort, he seemed to bypass her emotions entirely. His reaction didn't meet her at all where she was in her pain, which may have left her feeling unseen and unsupported. And I'm not even sure if she even realized it. You know, many people don't realize when they deserve an empathetic response after sharing something with such vulnerability. Sometimes people overlook deserving empathy because they are conditioned to downplay their emotional needs, especially if they grew up without much validation.
I haven't had very many long-term relationships.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to a marriage where I get you flowers or like just randomly like write you a little note. I love the little things.
The little thoughtful things matter in a marriage, but I wonder if Daniel has a realistic understanding of what marriage truly requires, given that he's never been in a long-term relationship. It raises the question, why is he going on a show to jump straight into marriage? And how does he know he's ready? I mean, the truth is none of us are ever fully prepared for the challenges of marriage, but having at least experienced a long-term relationship can provide some insight into yourself and what it takes to sustain a partnership. This is definitely something she should explore with him, but instead, she says this.
Something as small as, you know, I say I'm hungry, and then there's a knock on the door 20 minutes later and it's my favorite food or something like Taco Bell. That makes me happy.
As I said, these little things are very important, but I sometimes worry that not only are people not prepared for the reality of marriage, but they idealize marriage, especially in the beginning when you fall in love. The excitement and the emotional high of falling in love can create a romanticized view of what marriage will be like, making it easy to overlook the challenges that inevitably will come. When reality sets in, some couples struggle because their expectations were based on an illusion rather than complex, evolving nature of a long-term partnership. They should discuss things like how they handle stress and what they need after a long, hard day at work. Some people need time alone to recharge, while others seek companionship and want to talk about their day. These differences are completely normal. The real question is whether they can accept and respect each other's needs rather than seeing them as problems. And I realize these are not, I don't know, sexy conversations to have, but they are the conversations that will help you understand if you are choosing the right partner for a long-term relationship.
Are you a health nut?
I love food. I'm a huge foodie. And if I'm gonna be going out to eat, I'm gonna order what I want, you know?
Yep.
And like,
love that.
It's probably something I need to work on.
That's an important question because it gives insight into their lifestyle and beliefs about health, and it helps determine if they're aligned in how they approach wellness and daily habits.
I grew up in a very strong Christian household. There's a lot of things that I believe about like the Bible and the Christian faith.
I'm not religious. I was raised Catholic. I do think there is a higher power.
This is another important topic. These kinds of conversations help people learn meaningful things about each other, like their values and their beliefs. And this matters because understanding these things about a person can help you decide if you are truly compatible in the long run. It's not just about agreeing on everything, but about knowing if you can respect and navigate differences together.
The thing for me that's really tough about religion is my sister Lisa, she's gay. I find it difficult to go to a church and when it's like love thy neighbor, but LGBT is gonna go to hell.
Good for Sarah for opening the door to this conversation, because being in a relationship with someone who does not accept and embrace someone that you so dearly love can be beyond challenging. And for her, I think it's a non-negotiable.
I hate the word religion. I like using the word faith.
Oh, I love. So would you feel comfortable being around my sister?
100%.
Okay,
Yeah.
so like, would you go to Pride weekend?
Yeah, no discomfort around that community at all.
I love that she wants to gauge how comfortable he would be by asking him if he would even go to a Pride weekend with her. That's a great question because it goes beyond just words. It shows how open and supportive he truly is. It's one thing to say you're accepting, but being willing to actively participate definitely shows a deeper level of willingness to engage with something that is so deeply important to your partner.
Do you go to church like every week?
I do.
Okay. So would you want your partner to go with you?
I would prefer it, yes.
I am open to finding a church that accepts all people and others.
I would suggest that they dive a little deeper into discussing their religious beliefs and expectations, because when he mentions wanting his wife to attend church with him, it raises this question: what other lifestyle expectations does he have for marriage that revolves around religion? It will help them learn if their values and future goals are similar and what's flexible versus what's non-negotiable. That being said, this was a very emotionally mature conversation. Both of them engaged in vulnerable sharing. They openly expressed their personal values while also showing a willingness to accommodate each other in the areas that matter deeply to them. I love seeing this level of openness and respect in a conversation.
I might be really vulnerable and open with someone and really want a future with them and then not be chosen at the end of this. There are very real outcomes in this that could leave me very hurt. And so...
Yes, I totally agree.
I can only imagine being in a setting where you're dating multiple people, feeling a connection with someone while knowing that they are also seeing someone else and feeling a connection with them. I mean, it can stir up all sorts of emotions and thoughts like, am I good enough? Or what do they see in the other person that I might be lacking? But this is what is important to understand. If two people truly felt a strong connection, there wouldn't even be a concern about being chosen. You would trust the bond that you have together. A healthy relationship isn't about being chosen. It's about building real connection and trust. If you're only focused on being picked, you will likely overlook whether the person is actually right for you.
Did you hear what I said last night? We were joking about you having another date after that.
Oh, I did hear that.
You heard me tell you to cancel your next date.
Yes, yes, I did hear that.
What was your response?
I don't remember.
I wish Lauren was more direct. She's clearly worried that his interests might lie elsewhere and wants to know where she stands with him. Instead of letting insecurity take over, it would be so much more helpful for her to just ask directly and get the clarity she needs and deserves. She could say, I've been enjoying getting to know you, but I'm feeling a little unsure about where we stand. I don't want to overthink this, but I just wanted to ask, do you see this going somewhere, or are you feeling pulled in another direction? And she should also not leave this entirely up to him or anyone that she dates. And if she did ask a question like that, she would also need to reflect on how she feels about his response. Does he give an answer that gives her clarity and reassurance that she needs? Or does he leave her with more doubt? She has the power to decide what feels right for her, rather than just looking for him to choose her.
Yesterday, you completely changed my day. And then I got back into the pods, and one of the girls I was like pretty high on. She like is just so fun and funny.
Seriously, I am almost at a loss for words. He just admitted that he's enjoying both of them, which makes it clear he is not actively working toward building a meaningful connection with one person. Then he goes on to tell her that Molly is fun and funny. I mean, he didn't say Molly. But why did he say that to her? What purpose does that serve? I would encourage her to ask him directly, what do you want me to take away from that? And why are you sharing this with me? This would put the responsibility back on him to clarify his intentions and make him aware of how his words are landing.
I know I want you and me to like explore every possible option. But I also like don't want to hear about it.
I totally agree.
She needs to start challenging him when he says he agrees with her, because at this point those words feel empty, just something he says without real meaning. She should also pay close attention to how he responds when she shares her fear of getting hurt. Instead of offering her reassurance or acknowledging her feelings, he responded by telling her how much he enjoyed spending the time with another woman. Honestly, my thought was, WTF. Simply telling him that she doesn't want to hear about it might seem like she's setting a boundary, but it doesn't address the deeper issue, which is his lack of sensitivity to her emotions. The real boundary she needs to consider is whether she's willing to continue investing in someone who responds to her vulnerability with complete disregard.
I don't get you. In a good way. I feel like I can tell you anything. I just feel like at home when we're doing this.
I agree. We're diving right back in.
I know.
What does that even mean when he tells her he feels at home with her, and why does he feel that he can tell her anything? Feeling comfortable with someone doesn't mean disregarding their feelings and sharing his thoughts about a woman that he is dating. And she's interpreting this as flattery when she should be interpreting it as a huge red flag.
Okay, tell me your deepest, darkest secrets. Shoot.
Deepest, darkest secret. I actually have feelings for you.
I actually have feelings for you too.
That wasn't his deepest, darkest secret. That was a deflection, and he covered it up with flattery, which she bought into. I can't help but wonder what she told herself when she first met Dave. Remember, her immediate reaction was, should I walk out on this date? So what changed? What pulled her back in despite her initial hesitation? It's worth considering why she's overlooking red flags. I mean, think about times when you were dating, when you sensed something was a little off, even if you didn't name it as a red flag. Most of us have been there. Sometimes we ignore those signals because we want something so badly, like a committed partner. And that desire overrides our instincts.
One of the things that's really important to me is being together and someone making things fun.
Yep. We both like to do these things that are fun, not super overwhelming. That's just huge for me, I've discovered.
Fun is important, but I wonder what he really means when he said he doesn't like when things feel super overwhelming. Is that a clue into his emotional capacity and how he handles challenges in a relationship? She didn't seem to pick up on that. She only focused on the part where they connected over having fun together. She could ask him, what does overwhelming mean to you? How do you handle stress or conflict? Because knowing how to navigate conflict is either the glue that keeps you together or it tears you apart.
Like me and you from the start, I love that natural chemistry that we have.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love it.
Oh my goodness. Is he oblivious? Is he playing both Molly and Lauren? Or maybe this is the lack of integrity he mentioned and how he is an ass to women. Only time will tell, unfortunately.
I think it was the first time we talked where you said that you didn't have the same integrity growing up, or that your mom taught you to have.
Oh, yeah.
And that you really worked to get that integrity back. And I love that you realized that. There's pretty much nothing short of murdering someone that would bother me, because we all have a past.
I don't think that she can set her bar any lower than nothing bothers her short of murdering someone. And she actually didn't get it right about what he said regarding integrity. He never said that he really worked to get it back. Watch.
It was just very hard on me about just doing the right thing, having integrity. And I haven't always had that.
You feel like you still struggle with that at all, or?
I'm not gonna be perfect.
She assumed that he had genuinely worked on it, which is a common but significant mistake in dating. Just because someone claims to be a certain way doesn't mean that they actually are. And keep in mind, he didn't say he was actively working on it. He just said he wasn't going to be perfect. She is jumping to conclusions about his character way too quickly. And even if he did really work on it, she should wait to see if that's the case and not immediately believe it.
Gosh, I just feel like I can tell you anything, and I don't know. You're not gonna judge me or hold it against me, really.
No, I won't.
Where have we heard that before?
I feel like I can tell you anything. I just feel at home when we're doing this.
So, here's the question for all of us. How do we trust that someone is authentic and honest? Well, first, we have to pay attention to their consistency. Do their words match their actions and align over time? Authenticity isn't just about what someone says, it's about whether they follow through, even in small ways. And I realize on this show, you know, we see all that's going on in the background and they don't, but this is for you. Another key sign is how they handle difficult conversations. Are they willing to be vulnerable and open, or do they avoid uncomfortable topics? Authentic people don't just tell us what we want to hear. They tell us the truth, even when it's uncomfortable. And finally, building trust isn't just about the other person. It's also about us. Are we listening to our gut instincts, or are we ignoring red flags because we want this to work? The best way to gauge authenticity is to slow down, observe patterns, and trust what we see, not just what we hope to see.
I'm trying not to talk about this too much because it's not really that relevant. My last serious relationship, it ended because I cheated on her. I completely regret it, and I would never ever do it again.
So why does he think that's not relevant? And this isn't about judging him. It's about understanding his level of self-awareness and personal growth. If he truly learned from that experience, he would be able to reflect on why it happened and what he's done to ensure that it won't happen again. Dismissing it as irrelevant suggests he hasn't taken the time to examine his actions or grow from them. And if he hasn't done that, what's stopping him from doing it again?
And I'm not gonna lie, when I go to bachelor parties or something, and I definitely have girls that come up to me. When I go to that stuff now in the future, I'm just not gonna even entertain it.
This doesn't even make sense to me. So what he's saying that is that he learned not to entertain another woman if she approaches him in a specific setting like a bachelor party. That's a very limited takeaway. True growth isn't just about avoiding certain scenarios. It's about understanding why he made those choices in the first place and developing the self-awareness to handle the temptation or other relationship challenges in a mature way. If his lesson is simply about avoiding the situation rather than addressing the deeper issue, the question is, has he done the growth work at all?
I think that shows a lot about your growth. I don't ever judge what someone's done in the past because I've made mistakes as well.
Please don't be so quick to jumping to conclusions just because someone shares something personal with you. It seems like she's trying not to judge, which is admirable. But not judging someone doesn't blindly mean accepting whatever they say about themselves. It's easy to assume that when someone is open and vulnerable and shares something with you, but that does not mean that they have grown and changed. We often feel moved when someone confides in us, which can make us more likely to believe in their growth without question. But here's the problem. She never asked why he wouldn't cheat again. What has he learned about himself that makes him confident that he has changed? What deeper work has he done to feel confident that he won't repeat the same behavior? Without understanding his self-awareness and accountability, words are just that, words. Personal growth isn't about promises. It's about consistent action over time.
It just shows me how important finding your person is and family is. And my grandma, I stepped away from my job to help, just seeing how her mind's not all there and she still loves my grandpa.
So I'm tearing up actually to more than just the clip I just showed you because I'm remembering the whole scene in the show and it just was so sad and yet so touching. I have talked a lot about the importance of asking the right questions, but equally important is how someone responds to your vulnerable sharing. Let's see how Joey does with that.
I am so glad you feel comfortable sharing that, and that is super important to you. I can tell for sure.
Oh yeah.
I hope you let that feeling go of feeling guilty.
Monica had shared so much more about how much she admires the love of her grandparents and the sadness that she feels for them as her grandmother doesn't fully remember her husband, and yet the love is still there. She expresses feeling that she's not proud that she stepped away from her job to help them, but also feels like helping them is more important than a job. Joey's response is a straight up green flag. You could feel his compassion. He subtly expressed gratitude for her vulnerability. He acknowledged that what she shared was important to her, and he did it with empathy. He then reinforced his support by reassuring her that family is a priority and that no one should make her question her choices. His response felt so genuine and heartfelt.
Do you have a favorite animal?
Penguins. Penguins are my favorite animal. I've always wanted to go like on a cruise to like Antarctica or something, or Alaska.
Yeah.
They have cruises that you can actually go penguin watch.
Yeah, they do.
Sweet conversation, but as I continue to say, they need to ask more meaningful questions to really get to know each other. And then this happened, and it caught me completely by surprise.
It's been absolutely incredible getting to know every part of you. I've had like an incredible time falling in love with who you are as a person. Would you get engaged with me?
Yeah. What just happened? I did not see that coming. I mean, I can see that they really like each other, but they just went from talking about penguins to getting engaged. It felt more like he was asking her to go to the prom rather than committing to a lifelong partnership. I was absolutely stunned when he proposed. It feels like both of them dove straight into the deep end without actually building a foundation together. In my last video, I pointed out that their conversations lacked depth. Yes, they shared vulnerable feelings about their families and responded beautifully to each other. But beyond that, I didn't see anything substantial. And despite what he said, he doesn't truly know every part of her. How could he when their connection never seemed to go beyond the surface? Well, it'll be interesting to see where this goes for the two of them. I like them. I hope that they make it.
What are you like when there is conflict in a relationship? Do you ever get upset and yell or like say anything like hurtful?
No. I grew up with a really angry dad, and that's never who I want to be.
I want to jump up and down with excitement. This is such an important question. I always say that how a couple handles conflict is one of the biggest indicators of whether a relationship will last. It's not about avoiding disagreements, but how you navigate them. Do you listen? Do you engage in repair and grow together? Or do you shut down, blame, and create distance? Conflict itself isn't the problem. It's how a couple moves through it that determines the strength and connectedness of their relationship.
Yeah, I've been really hurt over these past few years.
Do you think that that is going to affect a future relationship, or have you worked through those issues of like trust and all that?
I'm going to trust you until you give me a reason not to.
Again, another great question, but unless it was edited out, the conversation ended way too soon. What does she really mean when she says she'll trust until she's given a reason not to? First, trust isn't something that should be given automatically. It needs to be built over time. Instead, it's important to consider what is important for you to extend trust to another person. Do their words and actions align? That's a good reason to trust. Do they show authenticity? Do they take accountability for their mistakes? Trust will sadly and inevitably be tested in any relationship. And sometimes even minor infractions can create doubt just as much as major betrayals. The real question is, when trust is challenged, how does the person respond? Do they repair it with honesty and effort, or do they dismiss it?
So do you know the different attachment styles?
I do.
You know which one you are?
I am an avoidant.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Madison. I think that's maybe a little bit of a trigger for me.
He's not wrong. Relationships between anxious and avoidant attachment styles can be very challenging, but they are not impossible. I don't like putting people into a rigid categories like an attachment box, because attachment styles are just one part of who we are as a person. People are so complex, and growth is always possible. What really matters is self-awareness and how well each person understands their own tendencies and actively works on managing them It's about recognizing personal challenges and then learning how to navigate them together as a couple. And then he comes from this place.
Past relationships, I dealt with that, but like on the extreme end of it,
Yeah.
I'm more anxious. I feel like I'm not good enough, and so I want you to show me that yes, you care about me and that you are not abandoning me.
The biggest fear for people who have anxious attachment is abandonment. Even the possibility of being left, whether it's real or imagined, can trigger intense anxiety. When they sense distance or uncertainty, they often panic and cling tighter in an attempt to feel securely connected. Unfortunately, this reaction can sometimes push their avoidant partner further away, creating the very situation they fear. Understanding this pattern is key to breaking it. Learning how to self-soothe, communicate your needs openly within reason, and build internal security rather than seeking constant reassurance from your partner. And for a person with avoidant attachment, they can come from this place.
When I feel someone's energy start changing towards me, I get scared and I kind of run. It's in a sense of like, well, I don't need them anyway.
The phrase, "I don't need them anyway," can be especially triggering for someone with an anxious attachment style. It can immediately spark a fear of abandonment and triggers feelings of insecurity and panic. Like I said, real work is building confidence and security within himself and trust in the relationship rather than seeking constant external reassurance. For someone with an avoidant attachment style, the instinct to say "I don't need you" is often a defense mechanism to protect themselves from vulnerability. In a relationship, they can work on this by recognizing when they are emotionally pulling away and pause and ask themselves, am I distancing because I truly don't want this, or because I'm afraid of meeting someone? Building trust in small steps can help, starting with situations that feel somewhat safe and manageable, like sharing your thoughts and accepting help. This allows you to see that relying on a partner doesn't mean losing independence, but instead it can strengthen your connection, which people with avoidant attachment do want as well. They just fear it more. They can also practice communicating their discomfort instead of shutting down, saying something like, "I feel overwhelmed right now, but I do want to work this out with you." Most importantly, they need to reframe the idea of needing someone as a sign of weakness. Healthy relationships are not about dependence or complete independence. They are about interdependence, where both partners can lean on each other without fear. Well, that is a wrap for episode 2. Nothing makes me happier than diving deep into relationships with all of you. So let's talk about Love is Blind, episode 3. Hi, I'm Dr. Pam, therapist and passionate couples counselor, and today's takeaway is this. Many of you are commenting online that this season is boring, and there's a reason. And it's the same reason so many real-life relationships feel unfulfilling. So I'm going to break down why some of these dates lack real connection and uncover why some relationships naturally deepen over time while others stay surface level and fizzle out. And I'm going to talk about how you can recognize when you're seeking validation over connection, when you're mistaking flattery for authenticity, and even getting caught in a love triangle like Lauren, David, and Molly. And have you noticed how Madison acts differently with Alex and Mason? I'm going to break down why that happens, talk about attachment challenges, and explain the dynamics in each relationship. So let's just dive right in.
You said you get confused when you leave our dates. So I was like, what does that mean? Has the connection bit changed for him?
Meg, I've never connected with anyone really the way that I've been connecting with you.
Okay.
She asked this question not only because she wasn't sure exactly how Mason felt after leaving a date, but also because she knows that he is seeing someone else. And let me just show you what we know is going on behind the scenes before I say more.
They're different, obviously, but I really like both, just in their different ways.
So we know that he is torn between two women, and this is how Meg described how she feels.
not me, I feel like I'll be happy that he found his person.
Yeah.
Like, you're so cool. Like, I don't know. I think I'm gonna be disappointed. I'm definitely gonna cry.
This feels like surface level dating like we did in high school, not dating to find a lifelong partner. That's one reason why some of this is boring. Who wants to watch young people date? I'm not saying that they are teenagers dating, but when Meg says that she would be happy for him because he is just so cool, that's not love. And that's not even a deepened connection. Love isn't just about admiring someone. It's about deep emotional connection and a desire to truly build something together. And she doubts if he feels connected with her. If you find yourself questioning whether someone truly wants to be with you, that uncertainty is already your answer. And when Mason tells her that he has never connected with anyone like he has connected with Meg, we know that's not the case, and so do both of them. If they want to move past this surface level connection, they need to engage in deeper, more vulnerable conversations. Instead of engaging in compliments or idealized, meaningless statements, they should explore each other's fears, past relationships, values, and long-term goals. There are many kinds of intimacy in a relationship, but when it comes to Meg and Mason, I don't see any intimacy at all. That kind of unfulfilling relationship is bound to fizzle out, which is why some of you, as the viewer, are referring to some of these dates as boring, because if they are not invested in each other, you won't feel invested in them.
I feel more confident.
Yeah.
I'm like, I really like this guy. Like, I like where I feel like this could go.
Yeah.
I have no idea why she feels that way. It seems like she's confusing flattery with authenticity. It's easy to feel flattered by compliments, but true connection happens when we feel truly seen for who we are. That being said, being seen takes time in a relationship. It doesn't happen right away. However, it can come in stages. For example, if someone tells you, I don't know, I can really see that you seek to understand another person's point of view. Don't just take that as a flattering compliment. Instead, reflect and ask yourself, is this really true about me? Because that is when you know that someone truly sees you and not just flattering you. In the early stages of a relationship, we can't expect to be fully seen, like I said, but we can pay attention to those moments that gradually build into that deeper understanding. And none of that is happening here. It's all flattery.
I feel like you're not even real. You're just saying what I am thinking. I genuinely am just more confident whenever we get out of the pods.
Okay. I just needed to hear that. I feel like I have not connected with anyone like this in a really long time.
They are not talking about anything meaningful or even personal for them to build a foundation in a relationship. Meg feels giddy, and I completely understand feeling giddy in the beginning of a relationship. However, giddy doesn't last. If there's nothing deeper underneath, the connection will fade just as quickly.
I want you to be with the girl that, like, you truly are like, she lights me up. I could see this forever.
Yeah.
Like, we're choosing a partner for life.
Exactly. This is the whole point of being here. How's things going in the girl land over there?
Oh my God, it's getting real, Mason.
This doesn't even make any sense. So I want you to be with whoever makes you happy, but choose me. This is exactly what we did when we started dating as teenagers, offering empty platitudes to seem like a nice person while still wanting to be picked. It's not real vulnerability. It's manipulative and completely lacks authenticity. And let me just say something about authenticity. We should gradually show ourselves over time. Authenticity isn't laying out everything about who we are as soon as we meet someone, because we need to know if this is someone that we can trust. That grows over time. There's a huge disconnect for them. They say that they understand that they're choosing a lifelong partner, but their actions and conversations don't reflect that. Instead of engaging in meaningful, intentional conversations to build a foundation, Their interactions stay on the surface. For example, when he asks, what's going on over there in Girlland, and she says, it's getting real, there's no depth, no vulnerability, no discussion of value, just vague words that reveal nothing about who they truly are. The question is, why are they avoiding deeper conversations? Are they afraid of exposing who they are? Do they fear rejection if they reveal part of who they are? Or do they simply not know how to date in a way that fosters real connection? I see insecurities in Meg, but instead of opening up about them, she only seeks reassurance to find out if he's still interested. Where does that insecurity come from, and why does she latch on so strongly to flattery? Flattery should be authentic. When you compliment someone, it should carry meaning, not just a generic, I've never connected with anyone like I have with you. If someone said that to me early on in dating, it would raise a flag of inauthenticity. Real connection isn't about saying the right words. It's about showing up with honesty, depth, and a willingness to be truly seen. After all of this, she asks him a question about sex. Let's watch.
Do you plan on having sex there, or would you wait until you get home?
I would definitely plan on having sex there.
I haven't had sex in a long time, actually.
Really?
When we got here and we're talking about it, I was like, damn, I cannot wait to like have sex with like a partner again. Like, wow. It's just such a fun thing to do.
This conversation lacked any emotional intimacy for both of them. Remember, I said there's different kinds of intimacy. So no emotional intimacy. The conversation goes on when Meg asks about his fantasies. Here's the problem. There is a lack of emotional availability, lack of vulnerability, and a lack of authenticity, which means this would likely be a very short-lived marriage if they were to marry. A marriage without emotional depth is unsustainable, or at the very least, it's an unfulfilling relationship. Without emotional intimacy, they will lack sexual intimacy. They could ask questions like, what do you imagine the most challenging part of marriage? Or what are your deepest fears about marriage? Or what's something you've never told anyone about what you truly need in a partner? These are conversations that build emotional intimacy and a real foundation for a lifelong partnership. Okay, let's talk about Madison and Alex.
I know you have maybe like some preconceived notions of me, but I just wanted to show you that like I'm not that person anymore. You know, just like in the same way that like you used to be anxiously attached, I used to be avoidantly attached.
I don't know why she believes that they are no longer anxiously and avoidantly attached. I mean, you can grow and change your attachment style with a lot of work, but they actually do slip into patterns of attachment styles in their interactions.
And we as humans can grow and learn, and get kind of hurt when you're like, I don't know if I'm dating you because I've dated you before. And I was like, ow.
Yeah.
Hearing about like some of your past experiences, I'm not that person.
Well, I believe you and I trust you.
A common dynamic in anxious avoidant relationships is that the avoidant partner ends up reassuring the anxious one. She gave him barely in to prove that she's not that person. But what does she actually think Alex sees in her? Rather than assuming his perception and reacting to it, she would benefit by exploring how he truly sees her. If she's constantly trying not to be what she thinks he sees, she risks losing her authentic self. And she should also be mindful of falling into a pattern of reassuring him, as that could reinforce an unhealthy dynamic. She is trying to reassure him by saying that humans can learn and grow, and convince him that she's not that person that he fears her to be. It's important to shift from reacting to assumptions to understanding each other's perspectives, because that would create a more genuine connection. And in this clip, Madison talks about how she manages stress. Oh boy.
All I can do is really snack for myself. When I get stressed, I can't eat at all. I can tell you exactly when it started.
His anxiety is triggered. He reacts immediately to any sign of emotional challenge in Madison. The fact that she shuts down when she's stressed is deeply unsettling for him, not because of what it means for her, but because of how it impacts his own sense of security. Instead of holding space for her experience, his mind jumps to fear. What does this mean for me? Will she be able to meet my needs?
I felt so responsible for the well-being of my family. I would remember telling myself, you are a robot, you don't feel anything.
So what is that? Like, what happens?
It's nothing to be concerned about.
She immediately picks up on his anxiety and reassures him. This is what often happens in an anxious avoidant dynamic. The anxious partner reacts emotionally, and the avoidant partner instinctively soothes their discomfort rather than addressing their own emotions. This keeps them stuck in a cycle where her role becomes managing his fears rather than being able to simply express her experience.
I wonder how I could help in that situation.
There's nothing really that anyone can honestly do. I can handle things. It's sweet that you want to be able to help, but it's at the end of the day, it's my responsibility.
He wasn't just asking to be sweet. He was asking out of fear. His question wasn't just a concern for her well-being, if at all. It was a strategy to regain control over his anxiety. He wants to know what he can do because her emotional unavailability in those moments threatens his sense of stability. Instead of learning how to self-soothe, he seeks external reassurance to manage his distress.
Do you think that that would affect a relationship?
In what way?
In a negative way.
Do you foresee that being an issue for you?
I don't know. It's tough because it's not really in my control.
There it is. This is why I question her belief that he's no longer anxiously attached. His fear is palpable. He's terrified of uncertainty and feels powerless when faced with something he cannot fix or control. A securely attached person would acknowledge their discomfort, but trust that they can navigate it. Instead, he seeks to eliminate his fear by ensuring she won't ever be emotionally unavailable for him. And Madison is right. It is her responsibility. But this is where relationships get challenging because in relationships, we affect each other. The key is learning how to talk about that in a way that allows us to manage our own emotions without taking on whatever our partner is going through. Relationships work best when both people take responsibility for their feelings while communicating openly what they need.
I think it just comes down to trust.
Yeah.
How much do you trust that I am an aware person, that I'm working on that, that I can handle it.
He continues to bring the conversation back to how it affects him without acknowledging what Madison goes through. There's no empathy, no compassion, just his own fear. Instead of considering her feelings or experiences, his focus remains entirely on himself. This is a red flag in relationships because a healthy partnership requires mutual care and understanding. If someone consistently centers around their own emotions while disregarding their partner's struggles, it can create an imbalance where one person's needs are prioritized while the other person feels unseen and unsupported. And over time, this dynamic can lead to resentment and definitely disconnection.
I think it just comes down to trust.
Yeah.
How much do you trust that I am an aware person, that I'm working on? I want to know that you can trust me and not just hear me say something and get scared.
She's falling into the reassurance trap. Rather than letting him sit with his own discomfort, she picks up on his fear and instinctively tries to soothe it. She reassures him that she's self-aware, that she can handle it, and that he just needs to trust her. But in doing so, she's reinforcing the idea that it's her job to make him feel safe. The person he needs to learn to trust is himself. No amount of reassurance from her will fix this for him. until he learns how to self-regulate and sit with uncertainty and build that sense of safety within himself, he will keep turning to his partner for emotional stability. And that's a dynamic that will eventually exhaust both of them. Okay, let's check in with Madison and Mason.
Mason.
I was thinking before I got on this pod, it's like, man, I really just wish I could cuddle up with Madison.
And here you are. Were the rest of your dates horrible?
Oh, they were nothing compared to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's that flattery again, just like we saw with Meg. Flattery can feel good in the moment, but it's not the same as a meaningful, personal compliment. This is why some of you find these dates boring, like I said before, because as humans, we're drawn to moments of genuine connection. When someone consistently leads with surface level compliments, it's worth asking yourself, are they truly seeing me or just saying what they think I want to hear?
What's really weird is there's this girl that I know has like a really good connection with you. And I can always tell when she comes out of a date with you.
Yeah.
And that's just the weird part about dating the same person.
Is she just glowing immaculately?
Yeah, I won't say too much. It doesn't like bother me.
After Madison sees Meg excited about her date with Mason, she leans into her "it doesn't bother me" stance. This is an emotional defense. When we feel threatened or uncertain, it's easier to act detached than to acknowledge vulnerability. Instead of expressing how she really feels, she claims that it doesn't bother her. If it didn't bother her, why did she bring it up?
Because every ounce of me feels wrong for being in a relationship with multiple women. I don't want to hurt you by doing this.
I don't feel hurt at all. I have one other pretty strong connection. That's the name of the game.
So what does Madison mean when she refers to this as a game? It's unclear, but it just seems like another defense mechanism. As you watch her interact with Mason while discussing dating other people, you'll notice that she progressively shuts down, acting as if she doesn't care, saying it doesn't hurt her at all. However, when emotions become overwhelming, some people cope by treating relationships like a game, focusing on who has the upper hand or who cares less. The problem with shutting down emotions so easily is that it creates distance even when deep down you do care.
Have you primarily been broken up with?
I'm always the person who gets broken up with.
Why do you think that is?
I just don't really like giving up. And I feel like there's been a lot of times where I've been given up on.
What do you think it is?
It's usually from them falling in love with somebody else. You just gotta trust your heart.
Mason doesn't seem very self-aware when it comes to why his relationships keep ending. If you repeatedly experience the same breakup pattern, but never take the time to reflect, you will continue making the same mistakes. This is a big issue. Why do the people he dates end up falling for someone else? We've seen Mason rely heavily on flattery. And as I've mentioned before, relationships built primarily on flattery tend to fizzle out. It was clear that he was uncomfortable when Madison was questioning him about why people break up with him. To be fair, most people struggle with vulnerability. So it makes me question, is he uncomfortable with vulnerability? Is that why he stays surface level? In this situation, though, Madison isn't making it any easier for him. She's emotionally closed off, even when she asks him these deeply personal questions. When we open up and share vulnerable parts of ourselves, we need the other person to be emotionally present with us.
I hate feeling any intense emotion.
Why is that?
I don't know.
Have you been the one to break up with people?
I have been the one to break up with people.
So what I didn't show you is that she says that she breaks up with them because she doesn't put up with bullshit. This should be a big red flag for Mason. He ends up in relationships with people who break up with him. So This should make him pause and ask her more questions like, what do you mean by bullshit? And for Madison, it is a major challenge that she doesn't like to feel her emotions. It was no doubt, though, a survival mechanism for her growing up. It's what protected her. It's understandable. But the challenge that we all have as adults is that what we used as a coping skill or for a survival mechanism that we needed as a child are usually not helpful to us as an adult. So for Madison, avoiding emotions might seem like a strength and a survival, but in reality, it prevents her from real connection. If you can't process your own feelings, how can you fully engage in an intimate relationship? It fits that she's the one who usually does the breaking up with her "I don't need you" stance. It isn't just a way to cope in the moment. It's likely why she ends relationships before she can get too attached. Detachment might feel like control, but it also keeps her from forming deeper connections that she probably craves.
How are you feeling about our connection?
I don't think there's anyone here who makes me feel the way that you make me feel.
Really?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I'm not really sure what the point of this conversation was between both of them, but here is something worth noticing. Madison behaves very differently depending on who she's with. When she's with Alex, she leans into offering reassurance, trying to convince him that she's not that person. This is a very familiar dynamic for her. She mentioned having to parent her mom, and when Alex is scared or uncertain, she naturally falls into the role of comforting and stabilizing him, just as she did in the past with her mom. With Mason, however, she appears more aloof, almost robotic, which is something she once told Alex she is capable of being. He might unconsciously remind her of her distant father, and in response, she emotionally shuts down rather than engaging. I mean, I can't say for certain if this is true for her, but her different reactions suggest that her past relationships, especially from childhood, may be shaping how she connects or disconnects in the present. So here's something that we can all take away from this. The way that we show up in relationships isn't always about the person in front of us. It's often about the patterns we learned long before being with that person. And if we don't recognize these patterns, we might find ourselves in the same roles over and over without realizing why. So, what can we do differently? First, start by noticing how you feel and how you act different around people. Do certain dynamics bring out a familiar version of you? If so, take a step back and ask yourself, am I responding to the present moment or am I reenacting from the past? Awareness is the first step toward breaking patterns that no longer serve you. And that doesn't mean that you have to leave the person that you are with now. It just means that you can be aware of familiar patterns and consider how you can change them. Okay, so let's see what's going on with Dave and Lauren. And of course, after that, Dave and Molly.
I think yesterday made me realize I want to be like more guarded in the lounge.
Just be you, Lauren, because you are literally, I say it all the time now, but you are amazing.
You are too.
This is what it is. I'm not going to think you're like being a bitch or like being drama queen over there or anything.
Someone says to you, I'm not going to think you're being a bitch or a drama queen. That is a major red flag. Why? Well, because it shows that he already categorizes women that way. And if someone is capable of seeing women in that light, chances are at some point he will accuse you of being exactly that. And then there's Dave's flattery. You're amazing. I mean, again, it sounds nice, but let's be honest. I don't think he knew what else to say. When you're sharing something meaningful with someone, you don't need vague compliments. You need genuine support. Saying you're amazing might seem like validation, but in reality, it just shuts down the whole conversation rather than engaging with what's actually being said.
You ready to talk about kids?
Yes, I'm pumped to talk this.
My closest girlfriends, we're all 30.
Yeah, you're getting old, so like let's crank this thing up a notch. I'm kidding.
He's not kidding. He has said this to her before, which means it's not a joke, it's a pattern. When someone repeatedly makes comments like this and then brushes it off as "I'm just kidding," it's often a way to normalize disrespect or even expressing underlying beliefs that he would never say outright. What's really happening here? He's being that guy, the one who puts women down, whether he does it to feel superior or keep them on edge or gauge how much they'll tolerate. Jokes that target insecurities are harmful, and they reveal how someone truly sees you. If you find yourself justifying or laughing along to avoid discomfort, that's a sign to pay attention. Lauren has a reaction, but then she sweeps it away.
I am like ready in a way, but I know it's hard to visualize kids when you don't have a husband.
Totally, or even a boyfriend. Somebody brought up like when you get your phone back, it's like if you're engaged.
Yeah.
Like people are like, oh, I might have to delete some shit.
He completely shifted the conversation from discussing having kids to suddenly talking about the possibility of needing to delete things on their phone when they get back. A few things stand out here. First, why did he deflect the conversation about having kids? That's a significant topic, and avoiding it could mean discomfort or uncertainty, or even a lack of real commitment to the idea. If you ever notice someone doing this to you, circle back and ask them why they changed the subject, or simply state that you would like to continue the conversation. Second, why doesn't Lauren notice that he keeps doing this? If someone consistently dodges important topics, that's something worth paying attention to. And third, why did his mind immediately go to deleting things on his phone? That shift isn't random. It raises a bigger question. How does Dave actually view trust in a relationship? If his first instinct is about hiding something rather than openness, that could reveal a lot about his mindset when it comes to honesty and transparency.
I don't have to delete anything. I haven't like talked to a girl like that in a while.
I don't think I have to delete anything.
No nudes on there.
I mean, those are hidden.
I didn't expect that one.
Really?
Yeah. Teachers.
Teachers? It seems like Dave has a habit of putting people in boxes and making assumptions about who they are based on their profession. Instead of seeing Lauren as a complex individual, he's filtering his expectations through a very narrow lens. He said that he thinks of a teacher as nerdy and someone he wouldn't go for. And by the way, he said that Molly is the type of person that he would go for because she was a dancer. Seriously? This kind of thinking can be limiting and even dismissive of a person. When someone does this, it often feels less about understanding the other person and more about trying to maintain a sense of control or predictability. But real connection isn't about fitting people into neat little categories. It's about staying curious and open about who they truly are.
I could see myself proposing to you. I haven't been in love in a long time, so I kind of don't really know what that feels like.
Yeah.
I'm this like completely different person
Yeah.
in like such a good way. I don't act like this in the real world.
It's interesting that Dave believes that this experience has completely transformed him. While he may feel like a different person in the pods, we know that in the past he hasn't always shown up as his best version of himself because he admitted that. And even in the pods, he hasn't consistently been at his best. A big challenge with the pod experience is that it creates a bubble. You're cut off from the real world, social media, everyday responsibilities, and the complexities of life. It's similar to being on a great vacation. Stress and problems seem to fade away, but that doesn't mean they're gone for good. The real test isn't who you are in an isolated, controlled environment. It's who you are when life gets messy again. Dave seems to be under the illusion that this new version of himself that he believes that he is will carry over seamlessly when he leaves the pods, but that's not realistic. The real world will bring back old habits, triggers, and challenges. And the question is, has he truly changed, or is this just a temporary shift in a temporary environment? If he hasn't even been able to consistently show up as the best version of himself in the pods, what happens when reality hits?
It doesn't scare me, actually, because I'm not talking to anyone else, so.
You're not?
No.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's new. You did not tell me that.
Yeah.
It makes me feel very, like, not in control, but, like, very confident.
Well, there it is. Dave likes to be in control because it makes him feel confident. Even though he says it's not control, it is. His response reveals a lot about his mindset and emotional dynamics in relationships. Instead of acknowledging her decision with appreciation or clarity about his own feelings, he focuses on how her exclusivity benefits him. His slip from when he said, "I don't mean control," to confident, might mean that he feels secure when he has the upper hand in a relationship. He seems to gain confidence from knowing she's only seeing him while he keeps his options open, which hints at an avoidant attachment style or a need for emotional power, or both. Rather than engaging in a deeper conversation about exclusivity, his response remains surface level and self-focused, likely because of his own discomfort with emotional vulnerability. And that leads to an even bigger question. How does he act in relationships when he's not in control or confident? Some respond with blaming, manipulation, or emotional withdrawal, and Dave has admitted that he hasn't always treated women well, so it's worth considering whether his past behavior was, at least in part, an attempt to maintain power in relationships. If control is what makes him feel secure, then situations that challenge that, like compromise or emotional depth or trust, might expose a side of him that's less about confidence and more about self-protection.
I want my husband to want me the most. I want you to feel like you're making the right choices for yourself.
Gosh, that's awesome. We aren't super emotional people about like all these like dramatic emotions. Like we just want to have fun together.
Yeah.
Like,
that's a go.
So there's a lot wrong here. Why does Molly accept so little from him? She passively waits to see if he will choose her without realizing that he isn't even engaging with her feelings at all. He is simply enjoying the benefit of her wanting him. Then he says, "We're not super emotional people with dramatic emotions." But what does that really mean? It does suggest that he's uncomfortable with both his emotions and those of others. That's a big red flag in a relationship. Relationships naturally bring up strong emotions. Through life's challenges, conflict, and emotional triggers, if he isn't willing or able to navigate those emotions, how will he handle the inevitable ups and downs of a real partnership? And if having fun is the main goal in a marriage, then maybe marriage isn't the right choice. Fun is important, but it's not a lifelong goal. A lasting relationship requires more. It requires commitment, effort, and the ability to navigate challenges together. Real relationships are not just about enjoyment. They're about partnership, growth, and showing up for each other even when life isn't fun.
what about religious, political beliefs?
I don't think I need to agree 100% on every single thing.
I totally agree. We all like learn different things, and like to say that one certain belief is so wrong.
Okay, let's end this on a positive note. Yes, emotional maturity does allow for varying opinions. However, like Sarah with Sarah and Ben, she's very passionate about her religious and political beliefs. So in that situation, she wants someone aligned with her, and that's not wrong. She knows what she wants. That's what's important. Knowing what is important to you. Okay, That's a wrap on episode 3. I love diving deep into relationships with all of you, so let's talk about Love is Blind, episode 4. Hi, I'm Dr. Pam, therapist and passionate couples counselor, and today's takeaway is that in previous videos, I have been encouraging all of you to ask more meaningful questions in relationships. However, it's also important to know that deeper conversations can sometimes stir up fears and feel intimidating. So I'm going to dive into all of that, and I'm also going to talk about how to recognize when someone is truly safe to be vulnerable with. Also, how to spot when blame is being used to avoid accountability. And I do also want to mention that Love is Blind is a heavily edited show. So my comments are based on what we see in front of us so that I can provide you with relationship insights. So let's talk about Sarah and Ben.
I'm ready to run through a brick wall. Like, I'm falling in love with you.
I love hearing that from you. Thank you.
I know that we can have so much fun together, but I think we should talk about some things.
I absolutely love this. She's essentially saying, slow down. She loves the direction that things are going, but she's also aware that this is a lifelong commitment, so it's important to pause and dive deeper. And this is right in line with what I've shared with you in previous videos. You can't build a lasting relationship based on flattery or the intoxicating high of a new connection. It's not that easy to slow down when you're caught up in that high, but the consequences of not doing so can lead to a whole lot of hurt in the long run. In fact, when we don't take the time to build and understand the foundation of a relationship, we risk mistaking intensity for intimacy, because true emotional intimacy is what allows a relationship to grow and deepen over time.
I really didn't get into politics until Trump took office and George Floyd.
I'm like kind of ignorant towards that stuff. Like, as long as I don't know, it's not gonna, do much, so.
That is so annoying.
I'm sorry.
This is exactly what I meant when I said meaningful questions can be challenging, but they are necessary challenges. So don't shy away from conversations like this, because they show you two important things: how compatible you really are and how you can respectfully navigate your differences. Sarah is deeply passionate about politics and causes, while Ben has zero interest. Now they have to decide, is this a non-negotiable for them, or can they come to terms with their differences and grow together? And equally important, like I said, is how they discuss their differences, because that will reveal so much about their relationship. Can they listen to each other with respect, or does it turn into frustration and dismissal? This is what dating is for, to figure these things out now, rather than realizing later that your differences or even the way that you handle them are tearing you apart.
What are your thoughts on Black Lives Matter?
I'm not one way or another. I just kind of keep out of it.
I don't like those answers, to be honest.
Do you know if you would be able to like marry someone like fully believing everything that you do at this point?
You can see why this deeply meaningful conversation feels so frightening. For Ben, he is struggling with the possibility that Sarah might not want to marry him because of their differing views. He was feeling ecstatic and in love and ready to jump through the wall for her. But now, that excitement is clouded by doubt, because he wonders if Sarah's still interested in him. When you're dating, there's a natural tendency to focus on where we connect, because connection feels so incredibly good. And while that's important, it is equally important to recognize where you don't connect. These conversations can feel intimidating because they might seem to threaten the bond that you've built. But the reality is, the last thing that you want is to discover major differences when you're already far down the road together. If you face these discussions early on, as difficult as they might be, it can help you build that foundation of clarity and honesty for the future. Okay, so let's talk about idealizing your future together, and let's start with Alex and Madison.
What does your dream house look like?
I want like art everywhere.
That sounds amazing. The dream backyard. All right, so it has the fireplace that's like kind of underground. I think we need a house.
I think we might need a house.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with dreaming. It's a natural and exciting part of any relationship. However, I have referred to this show as dating on steroids. So when a relationship is built more on dreams, it lacks a solid foundation in reality. The challenge with discussing dreams is that they often represent an idealized future together rather than grounded in reality. We know from my previous videos that Madison and Alex have a relationship that has some challenging attachment styles. So when dreams and reality collide, it can create major disappointment and lead to really challenging conflict, which I sense that both of them really struggle with. She wants to avoid and he gets anxious about it. So if their connection becomes based more on fantasy rather than real compatibility and communication, those clashes become even harder to navigate. Dreams can inspire and bring people together, but for a lasting relationship, it does need to be balanced with honest discussions about real life challenges and differences. Okay, so let's peek in on Virginia and Gavin.
I'm gonna let you shine because that's your strength. In 5 years, I feel like I see myself in like a Park Center top.
Wow, really?
Yes, pregnant with like a baby on my hip.
And here it is again, the idealized future. But why do we do this? There's many reasons, but one big reason is that it offers hope, especially for those who have experienced pain or disappointment in the past. Dreaming of a perfect future can feel like a way to escape old wounds and create the illusion of certainty and happiness in your future. And just to be clear again, I am not suggesting that you shouldn't talk about your dreams. I'm simply suggesting that they need to be balanced with the real work of building a strong relationship together. I also find myself wondering, why does Virginia believe that his strength is to shine? Does she naturally put others before herself? In the previous episode, she spoke about her work in a hospital. Let me show you.
I actually have a doctorate in healthcare administration. I recently went from private practice to a hospital.
You like it?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I wrote my dissertation on racial bias in healthcare, so I'm trying to like impact the patient experience.
That's incredibly important work, and it's likely a space where she truly shines. Given her dissertation focus on racial bias in healthcare, she clearly has a strong sense of purpose and dedication. So does she naturally take a supportive role in relationships? If so, this could point to a deeper pattern for her. Perhaps she's more comfortable uplifting others than claiming space for herself. This isn't uncommon, especially for people who are naturally inclined to advocate for others in their work or their personal life. But in a relationship, balance is everything. If one person consistently steps into the background, it can create unspoken tensions and unmet needs over time. So as we watch their dynamic unfold, it's worth asking, is this a conscious choice or it is a pattern that she may not even realize that she's doing?
I have never dated anybody like that are in these pods.
Really?
No,
No one similar at all.
absolutely not.
What makes me different?
You're a really, really, really amazing person.
In my last video, I talked about the difference between flattery and authenticity, and I love that Gavin asked, what makes me different? It's a powerful question that invites a deeper, more personal conversation or a response. But she didn't really answer it. That said, I didn't get the sense that she was just engaging in flattery. Instead, it felt like she may not have known how to express what she finds amazing about him. Maybe it's just a feeling that she gets when she's with him, but she struggles to find the right words to express it. Or maybe she's simply uncomfortable sharing her emotions openly. It can feel incredibly vulnerable to tell someone what we admire about them, because when we do that, we are not just revealing something about them, we are also revealing something about ourselves, what we value, what moves us, what makes us feel connected. For some, that level of emotional exposure can feel risky, especially if they're not accustomed to putting their feelings into words.
I know you said like you've been closed off from like telling people things.
Yeah.
But we should really focus on like getting deeper, and because I don't think I can get down on one knee and propose to you if I don't know everything about you.
I really love how Gavin expressed the importance and value of going deeper in a relationship, and you could see that Virginia's frightened. This kind of vulnerability can feel incredibly terrifying. In my last video, I talked about the importance of authenticity, but I do want to emphasize that showing our true selves isn't always easy. The fear isn't just about opening up, it's about what happens next. What if they don't love all of me? What if the parts of myself I've kept hidden are the very ones that push them away? This fear is so human, and it's why many people struggle to fully let down their guard in relationships. But true connection isn't built on perfection. It's built on being seen, flaws and all, and realizing that love deepens when we allow ourselves to be known. So Gavin expresses to Virginia that he really likes her, and then he adds this.
The only thing that's keeping me from like knowing for sure is that both of us are kind of holding back things that I think need to be talked about.
I'm kind of shy.
You know, the next step is like engaged in marriage. So I need to know everything about you.
Yeah.
I can see how challenging this is for Virginia. She mentions that she's shy, and I know that opening up can be difficult for anyone, but even more so when you're an introvert. And let me say that introverts are so often misunderstood. People sometimes assume they're uninterested or detached or even withholding, when in reality they may just need more time and space to process their thoughts and their feelings before expressing them. That's why it's important that Gavin pushes her a little bit here. He's right that this is a lifelong decision. If expressing her feelings is difficult for her now, it's important to consider how they can create a space where she feels safe opening up and building trust, and being patient by encouraging a conversation without pressure can help her feel more comfortable when she wants to share.
My examples of love haven't been very healthy. I don't want to keep choosing the wrong guy in the wrong situation.
Right.
Sometimes they gaslight you. They've picked me apart.
There it is. She's been hurt, and it's likely that her confidence has chipped away over time. I could feel her vulnerability. When someone has been gaslit, it can be incredibly difficult to trust their own truth and find their own authentic voice again. That kind of emotional manipulation can make a person second guess their feelings, their perceptions, and even their worth. She has some personal growth work ahead of her in rebuilding that trust in herself. But more than anything, I see that she's scared. Healing from this kind of experience takes time, and feeling safe enough to express herself openly may still be a challenge. The key now is whether she's in an environment, in a relationship where she can regain her confidence and feel secure in being heard and valued.
Because of all those situations that you've kind of closed off, and that's why you've been single.
Like, I've dated, but I don't really put much effort into it. It's very much like I enjoy people pursuing me because I don't have to be vulnerable.
The idea of wanting to be pursued as a way to avoid vulnerability may feel safer in the moment, but ultimately it will backfire on her. True confidence doesn't come from being pursued. It comes from knowing you can show up as your full, authentic self and still be valued. She would benefit by understanding that being vulnerable doesn't mean being weak. In fact, vulnerability is a sign of true strength. The ability to open up and express her feelings while still standing strong in her worth is what builds real confidence. Hiding behind the safety of being pursued keeps her from fully stepping into her own power in relationships. That being said, vulnerability should only be shared with the right people. Learning who is safe and who isn't is so important to building healthy relationships. And one way to do this is by paying attention to how someone responds to you when you share something personal. Do they listen with care and respect? Or do they dismiss, judge, or use it against you later? Trust should be built gradually based on consistent, supportive interactions over time.
I can see why this experience has been so hard.
Oh my God, I got to sell myself? Now I got to beg this man to pick me? No, just kidding.
Beg?
This is exhausting.
You don't have to beg.
Gavin validates her by acknowledging how difficult this experience has been for her. He's not just offering comfort, he's showing that he truly understands, and you can see from her response that his validation resonates with her. Feeling understood in a vulnerable moment can be incredibly powerful. Her statement, "I have to sell myself and beg to be chosen," shows how emotionally exhausting this process has been for her. In a situation where she feels like she has to prove her worth to be chosen, it's easy to lose sight of her own power in relationships. This is why growth work is so important. If she carries this mindset forward, she risks ending up with a partner who reinforces that dynamic, someone who takes rather than truly gives. When you approach relationships from a place of selling or begging, you unintentionally invite people who value you only when you're proving yourself, rather than for who you truly are as a person. So, do you remember in this episode, Gavin shared his painful experience about being in constant pain and taking ibuprofen throughout the day and losing his faith in God? I just want to show you a little glimpse of that.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's tough to say out loud because I just know like what I went through.
What's beautiful here is that he didn't just recognize Virginia's vulnerability, he responded with his own sharing of vulnerability. This is called mutually shared vulnerability, where both partners open up rather than just one person doing all of the emotional work. Virginia took the risk to share her feelings, and he responded by opening up in return. This kind of exchange is exactly what all of you want to look for in a relationship. It's a key sign that emotional safety is present. When vulnerability is met with reciprocity instead of dismissal or avoidance, it builds trust and shows that it's safe to keep opening up.
What's been your happiest memory this past year?
I was pretty excited when I got the call
To come?
to come here.
Yeah,
There's no way. Like, why me?
because you're incredible.
This is another example of flattery. She says he's incredible, but what makes her think that? Compliments are great, like I said, but without deeper curiosity, they can feel surface level rather than truly meaningful. She actually asked a great question, his happiest memory, but when he answered that it was getting the call to be on Love is Blind, there was an opportunity to dig deeper. Instead of just accepting his answer, she could have asked, why was that his happiest memory? Or what made being on the show so important to him? What was he hoping to find or experience on the show? Did he have any reservations about going on the show? These kinds of follow-up questions move the conversation beyond flattery and into genuine conversation. They help uncover the why behind someone's experiences and emotions, and that allows for relationships to grow in depth and understanding.
The more I've seen love happen for everyone around me, thoughts have crossed my mind of like maybe my person doesn't exist. That kind of happiness doesn't exist for me.
I can't ever imagine you not finding your person.
He also had the opportunity to ask deeper questions here, but instead, he simply responded by saying that he can't imagine that happening. This was a moment where he could have shown curiosity and engaged in a more meaningful conversation. For example, he could have asked, what experiences have made you feel this way about finding love? Has there ever been a time when you really thought you had found your person? What happened? And how does it feel to see people around you in relationships so happy while you're still searching? Likewise, she could have asked, what makes you feel so confident that I'll find my person? And you said, I'm one of the most amazing people here. What stands out to you about me? And I know that asking these kinds of questions about why you think I'm so amazing is hard, but it invites authenticity, and you can trust that so much more.
I hate myself in that moment because that's my mom, you know? And I know I won't always have her to have those conversations with.
Yeah.
And I feel like my dad getting sick this past year has just really put that
Into perspective a little bit.
into perspective, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a deeply vulnerable time for Taylor, which may make it not the best time for her to be choosing a life partner, especially in a setting where everything moves so quickly. With her father being sick and the real possibility of losing him, she seems to be in a period of deep self-reflection about her family, relationships, and what truly matters to her. She's living in a state of fear and uncertainty, which is completely understandable. However, major life decisions made during emotionally heightened times can sometimes be more about seeking comfort and security than about true compatibility. Adding to that, Daniel doesn't seem to engage in meaningful conversation with her. He hears her, but he doesn't respond in a way that I think would make her feel truly seen and heard. He doesn't hold space for her emotions or offer the kind of empathy that she likely needs right now. I keep thinking back to when she first opened up about her father's illness, and his response was, "That's real life." That reaction lacked compassion and emotional depth. Moments like this reveal how emotionally safe or unseen someone might feel in a relationship, and that's something worth paying attention to.
Honestly, Daniel, you know, my dad is sick and I'm away.
Yeah.
So that's where my brain went today. Like, something's happening, I'm gonna have to leave.
Yeah.
Quickly, that dissipated, thankfully. It's not gonna happen.
No, it's not.
Taylor was sharing a very real and painful fear that she might get a call saying that her father's condition has worsened, forcing her to leave Love is Blind. Instead of acknowledging her emotions, Daniel responded by agreeing with her, by saying, "No, it's not." But that completely dismisses her fear. This kind of response lacks empathy and minimizes what she is going through. I can almost guarantee that over time, those kind of dismissive reactions will lead to conflict. How does he know it won't happen? More importantly, that's not even the point. The point is about what she's feeling right now, and she needs support, not denial. What stands out here is that Taylor doesn't even seem to notice his lack of empathy in the moment. She doesn't call attention to it or express frustration, which makes me wonder if that is all that she has experienced in relationships where her emotions aren't fully acknowledged. If she doesn't recognize these subtle signs now, she may find herself in a relationship where she consistently feels unheard without fully understanding why.
If you ever need like anything, like if you need to talk about like your dad, like anything, like I'm here for you.
He says that he will always listen, but there's a big difference between hearing someone and truly listening. He hears her words and he has the intention to want to listen, but he doesn't engage. He doesn't ask questions or respond thoughtfully or show that he's processing what she's sharing. Real listening involves more than just silence. It's about creating a conversation where the other person feels heard and understood. Hopefully, he's open to learning how to engage in more meaningful listening. It's something that we're not taught, but we can all learn.
I don't feel like I really have one single reservation about you, Daniel. I don't have one single one.
When someone is caught up in the emotional high of dating, when I'm counseling them, I always ask them, what don't you like about this person? And almost every time I get the same response, nothing. That's exactly what Taylor said. She has no reservations about Daniel. Here's the thing. There will always be things that you don't like about your partner. No one is perfect and no relationship is without challenges. The goal isn't to find someone flawless, but to recognize what differences or difficulties you can accept and which ones may be deal breakers. Taylor's response is a huge concern because it suggests she hasn't thought critically about their compatibility beyond the excitement of the moment. If she can't name a single hesitation, it's likely because she either hasn't seen the full picture yet or she isn't allowing herself to. A healthy relationship isn't about ignoring flaws. It's about knowing them and deciding if they are things you can navigate together over a lifetime. Okay, one last important moment with Dave and Lauren.
Your other girlfriend, Molly, came into the lounge and like very proudly talked about how you told her that she was your #1 connection here. Did you say that?
Oh man. This is what I didn't want to happen, is like get caught up in like the girl drama.
Well, there it is. He calls it girl drama, completely deflecting any and all personal responsibility. Instead of acknowledging that he created this situation by telling two women the same thing, he frames it as an issue between them rather than his own dishonesty. And what's even more telling is that Molly and Lauren haven't even spoken about it with each other, meaning the so-called drama exists only in his mind to avoid all accountability. This is a classic example of someone shifting blame instead of owning their own actions. It's yet another WTF moment, showing how easily he dismisses the impact of his words and choices. So we'll see what's to come with that. Okay, that is a wrap on episode 4. I love diving deep into relationships with all of you. So let's talk about Love is Blind, episode 5. Hi, I'm Dr. Pam, therapist and passionate couples counselor. And today we're going to be talking about how unhealed trauma shows up in relationships. And also, when it comes to trust, when it comes into question, how do you know if someone's response is authentic and trustworthy? And we're going to talk about so much more. And also, I just want to mention that Love is Blind is a heavily edited show, as you all know. And my comments are based solely on what we see in front of us, so I can provide you with relationship insights. And I also think it's important to say that all of us carry challenges based on whatever we've been through in our life. And the people on this show offer valuable lessons, so I'm grateful to learn from them. Okay, let's start with Dave and Lauren. And just a quick reminder when Lauren confronted Dave about Molly.
Their girlfriend, Molly, came into the lounge and like very proudly talked about how you told her that she was your #1 connection here.
And Dave responds with this.
I've never told Molly that she's like my #1 choice. I would not have told her that knowing how I feel about you.
So you and I know a very different version of the events. He told Lauren that he never told Molly she was his #1. But let's watch.
Right? Honestly, like you were my #1 after the first day. Especially after right now, like today. I'm like, holy shit. This could be it.
So this raises an important question. How can we recognize an authentic response when dating someone, especially when what they're telling us contradicts other information that we have? Well, let me show you some clips first, and then I'll share with you the answer.
I'm 30.
Okay. So you're no longer attractive.
Oh my God.
This was Lauren's first encounter with Dave. She immediately questioned whether she should walk out. While leaving wasn't a realistic option given the nature of the show, what mattered was how Dave made her feel, and he continued to give her more reasons for her to pay attention. He openly talked about another woman with her.
She like is just so fun and funny.
This likely made her feel uncomfortable at the very least, disrespected, and perhaps undervalued.
This is what I didn't want to happen, is like get caught up in like the girl drama.
Then, instead of taking responsibility for his own actions when Lauren confronts him about Molly, he shifted blame onto Lauren and Molly, deflecting ownership of a situation that he created. So when you question someone's authenticity and trustworthiness, look at what you already know about them. It's so easy to overlook red flags when you're emotionally invested in someone, especially in the early stages of dating. At this point, Lauren has already had enough information, though, to question Dave's integrity. The lesson here is this: when you're dating someone, trust what you already know about them and believe what they tell you about themselves. When someone shows you who they are or even tells you who they are, don't dismiss it. Trust the information that you already have. One thing that I do want to be very clear about: we all face challenges. It's a part of being human. What matters is recognizing and understanding them so we can grow. So this isn't about judgment, but about gaining insight into ourselves and our relationships.
I told you like I could see myself proposing to you.
Yeah.
I have not said that to anyone else. And I actually really can. I think you are like one of the best people I've met, not just like here, but like in general. I can just hear in your voice, like you're extremely genuine and kind.
When we fear losing someone, it's so easy to get caught up in beautiful words. In those moments, we may ignore what we already know about a person, choosing to believe in their words rather than what we know about them. But here's the problem: if you accept what someone says at face value without considering the full picture of who they have shown themselves to be, you are setting yourself up for disappointment and hurt. A healthier response from Dave would have been to acknowledge Lauren's feelings and creating space for an open conversation. He might have said, "Lauren, I can imagine that hearing me tell Molly that she was my number one must have been really difficult for you to hear. I understand why you want to talk about this, and I want to listen."
I've not always made the right choices in my past.
In what
I feel like
ways?
I've always made the wrong choice.
Really?
I just have always felt that way about myself, like about everything, not just like relationships, but like everything.
Let's not make the wrong decision this time around.
Okay.
We don't know if Lauren followed up with more questions, but here's what we can take away from this moment. Dave is revealing something significant about himself. He believes he has consistently made the wrong decisions in his life. For Lauren, I wonder if she's so focused on wanting to be chosen that she is overlooking the deeper implications of what he's saying. If someone tells you that they have a pattern of making poor decisions, it's important to ask questions like, what kinds of poor decisions have you made in your life? And what do you think led you to make those decisions? And how have your choices impacted others? And why do you believe you have made poor decisions? And have you done anything to change that pattern? Because if he continues making the same mistakes, that will inevitably affect you. These questions offer insight into his level of self-awareness and, more importantly, whether he takes action to grow from his mistakes.
The more you know about me and your other connection, I would tell you that I want to be with you. Like, I would tell you to, like, pick me in this.
This is why Lauren is overlooking so many red flags. The fear of rejection is powerful. And if you've ever had experiences where your connection felt uncertain or unstable, perhaps growing up, that fear can feel even stronger. It makes it really easy to focus on keeping the relationship, even if something inside of you is waving a little red flag. In fact, research shows that rejection activates the same area in our brain as physical pain, which is why it can feel so deeply painful. So naturally, our instinct is to avoid pain at all costs. But here's the shift one can make. You don't have to operate from a place of wanting to be chosen. Instead, recognize your own worth and empowerment. If you ever find yourself desperately hoping for someone to pick you, flip that script and say to yourself, I am worth more than just being chosen. And do I see myself in this relationship as someone whose worth will be valued and respected? This moves you from a passive role waiting for validation to an active one where you decide whether the relationship truly aligns with your needs and self-worth. So let's see what's going on with Dave and Molly.
I've been crying for the last hour.
You have?
I'm just like freaked out because like I know our conversation earlier.
Yeah.
And I'm like freaked out by myself because I'm like, how can I be such a different like person from like hours ago?
That is an excellent question for Dave to reflect on, and I'll say more about it in a moment. But honestly, I wish he had the awareness to recognize that he is not in the right space to marry either Molly or Lauren. The fact that he's even asking that question suggests he may not have had the clarity or stability to make such a serious lifelong commitment. I mean, just hours ago he was discussing engagement rings with Molly, and now he's turning toward Lauren. We don't know if he is being intentionally dishonest, and I actually don't believe that he is, and I'll say more about why in a minute. But what does seem clear is that he is conflicted, and when you're unsure within yourself, it's nearly impossible to offer certainty to someone else.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I'm doing.
You were thinking about ending shit.
Well, I didn't say I was gonna end it, but I was cool with that until I got into my date with Lauren, and that's when everything in my head started spinning.
So he was cool with ending it with Lauren until he had another date with her. By the way, and I am sure that you know this, but if you are ever that undecided, that's your answer. You're simply not ready, but let's keep going.
Like I come from our dates, I feel so good, and then I go to another one and I just feel all this pressure, and like I've been trying really hard to like be the best version of myself through it, and it's just gotten like harder.
You might be wondering, how can someone lack this much self-awareness? Is Dave intentionally lying? Does he genuinely not remember what he has said to different people, Molly and Lauren? What's really going on here? Dave asked himself, how can I be a different person from just hours ago? I believe that Dave is struggling with early childhood trauma, trauma from when he was very, very young. I say this because he seems deeply confused. This situation has pushed him into challenges he can't easily escape from, the way that he might have in the past. He's being forced to face himself on a deeper level, but it seems like he hasn't explored that part of himself before, leaving him now almost in a state of crisis. Dave keeps saying that he wants to be a better person, but what he really needs to understand is his trauma. So I am assuming. It seems like when he talks about wanting to be a better person, he's focused on changing his actions. But real growth comes from taking a deep look at your inner world. And if there's trauma there, facing it can feel very frightening. I didn't show you this, but he said that he is so effed up. His emotional breakdowns, his confusion, and his desire to improve overall seems so disconnected, like puzzle pieces that don't quite fit. That is often the impact of unresolved trauma. It scrambles our sense of self, making it difficult to see our own patterns clearly. Trauma has a way of making everything feel unclear, even to the person experiencing it. And until Dave gains deeper self-awareness and healing, his confusion will continue to affect both himself and the people that he interacts with. One of the hardest things about early trauma is that many people don't even realize they've experienced it. It often feels like just normal life because it's all they've ever known. And let me say this about trauma. The most unfair thing about trauma is that it happens to you. And yet you are the one who is left to find a way to heal from it. But despite the unfairness, your healing is also a gift, one that you give to yourself, as hard as that might be.
I try really hard in my normal life not to make like emotional decisions.
Well, I'm sorry you're going through it. Obviously, I know what I want. You know how I feel, but I'm not here to like force anything.
So Dave says that he doesn't make emotional decisions. I interpret that as him being largely disconnected from his emotions, something that often happens when someone has experienced trauma. Cutting off from emotions can be a coping mechanism, a way to stay feeling safe and protected. But now his emotions seem to be unraveling. And here's the challenge. When you've spent much of your life cut off from your emotions, you haven't learned how to self-regulate them or to self-soothe. And it's not as simple as learning a new skill. It requires deeper work, processing the trauma, understanding how it has shaped you, and then learning how to manage your emotional responses in a healthy way. And for Molly, she seems to interpret Dave's confusion as him being conflicted about what he wants. She's trying to help by not putting pressure on him, giving him space, but it's worth questioning, why does Molly step into that role? Why is she willing to stay in a situation where Dave is clearly torn between two women? How does she feel about that? And why does she accept being in that position? We can't know for sure, but perhaps it's a dynamic that feels familiar to her. Regardless, it is important to recognize that waiting to be chosen or tolerating emotional uncertainty is not the foundation for a healthy, secure relationship. A solid relationship starts when both people know their worth and choose each other from a place of clarity, not conflict.
Everything's so fun, and that's freaking me out. I'm really struggling with this.
Do you need to think about it?
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to make a super emotional decision, but like, I don't know. I literally never cry either.
Well, there it is. Dave admits that he never cries, which strongly suggests that he's been disconnected from his emotions for a very long time. A lot of people early on learn to shut off their emotions to stay safe. It might work for a while, but the downside is this. It becomes hard to connect, not just with others, but with yourself too. So when emotions eventually show up, it feels so overwhelming because you've never been taught how to manage them.
I do have, like me and Lauren, I feel like I do have to like see that through.
Yeah. Do you feel like you guys have that emotional connection more then?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah? So then I feel like you've made your decision, right?
Molly is understandably confused. Dave isn't clearly telling her that he wants to end things with her. When he says he wants to see things through with Lauren, it could mean that he's not ready to let go of Lauren despite talking with Molly just hours earlier about engagement rings. And on top of that, he tells Molly that he appreciates that she's not pressuring him, which keeps her in a holding pattern. Do you see how unclear he is with Molly? This is exactly what I meant when I said that trauma creates confusion, not just for the person experiencing it, but for everyone around them.
I hate that it's like I made a decision. Like,
I mean, you can say that.
yeah, I mean,
You're
yeah,
allowed to say that.
Okay. Why are you so cool about it? I don't get that.
When Dave asks why Molly is so cool about the situation, it shows his inner conflict. He seems surprised, maybe even uneasy, because her calmness contrasts with the confusion he feels inside. It's a reminder that when we're unsure of ourselves and our emotions, we might look to others to make sense of what we're feeling. Molly responds with saying that she's not actually cool with it deep down. And that gives us insight into her emotional restraint. On the surface, she seems composed, trying to be supportive, but underneath, she's clearly conflicted and likely hurting. It seems like she's prioritizing Dave's feelings over her own, possibly out of fear of losing him or not wanting to be seen as demanding by downplaying her true emotions. She's putting herself in a position where her own needs aren't fully acknowledged.
Can you tell me, like, what you want right now? Tell me, in your ideal world, what happens right now?
What do you mean?
You can really see the confusion unfolding in the moment. Molly is trying to get clarity by asking Dave what he wants, But instead of giving a direct answer, he responds with, "What do you mean?" This shows that Dave is unaware of how he's communicating. He doesn't seem to realize that he's vague and unclear in his responses, and that's adding to Molly's uncertainty.
I feel like you're trying to say that you're choosing her, but without saying that, and make me make the decision.
No, I'm not.
Are you trying to end it with me? I think you should own your decision and make it.
No, I know, and I thought I just did.
Dave's inner world, he genuinely believed he was being clear when he said, "I thought I just did." But from the outside, he wasn't clear. Even accounting for what might have been edited out, his communication comes across as vague and uncertain. And honestly, it's sad to watch for both of them. For Molly, just hours earlier, she thought that she was about to get engaged, and now she's left in confusion and hurt and unsure probably of what just happened. And for Dave, if he has experienced trauma and has spent much of his life disconnected from his emotions, this moment is especially difficult for him. Emotional unraveling is incredibly challenging when you've learned to cope by shutting down or avoiding your feelings. Without a strong connection to his own emotions, it's likely overwhelming for him to process everything that's happening. But trauma can wire us for survival, not connection. Without learning how to write out intense emotions, relationships can easily become battlegrounds or withdrawn silences. Dave has a lot of growth work ahead, and this moment on the show shows just how hard it can be to face those emotions all at once without the tools to manage them. That said, understanding the roots of someone's behavior does not mean you have to accept being on the receiving end of it. Kindness and compassion toward Dave's struggle can coexist with recognizing that his lack of integrity and clarity in relationships is harmful, and no one is obligated to tolerate that. Healthy relationships require accountability, not just empathy. Okay, I want to show you a bit just how he internalized his conversation with Molly as he talks with Lauren.
I have such strong feelings for Lauren. I need to see that through. She goes, "So are you like trying to get me to end it with you?" I feel like she was like trying to flip it on me.
Yeah.
I thought that was relatively clear.
So Dave's defenses are back up now. And when that happens, he shifts into blame. In his conversation with Lauren, he recounts what happened with Molly. But instead of recognizing his part in the confusion, he tells Lauren that he was being clear and that Molly was flipping it back on him. And he doesn't show any self-awareness around the situation that he created or how his mixed signals left both Molly and Lauren unsure of where they stood. And he shows no empathy for the fact that he just hurt Molly through all of this. And here's the key insight. When someone is disconnected from their emotions and they lack self-awareness, defensiveness and blame become their protection. But that comes at a cost not only to the people they're in relationships with, but to their own ability to grow and form healthy, grounded connections. Accountability isn't just about taking responsibility. It's how you move out of confusion and into clarity for both yourself and those around you. So one more breakup. Let's take a look at Mason and Madison.
I don't know if you heard the news. I just think that maybe this is not like our story. I was able to get there faster with someone else.
It's hard to tell if Madison is chuckling as she breaks up with Mason because she's feeling uncomfortable. Sometimes people laugh or smile when they're uncomfortable, or if there's a part of her taking some satisfaction in that moment. If it's the latter, if she is taking satisfaction, she may have been feeling hurt herself. And sometimes when people are hurt, they try to reclaim a sense of control by appearing unfazed or even slightly amused.
I feel like I added some unnecessary pressure when I told you that I was committing to you. When I said it, I don't know if it felt right.
I'm not sure if Mason's response is coming from a place of authenticity in his sharing or if it's more about hurt feelings and trying to save face. When he tells Madison that his comment about committing to her didn't feel quite right, it seems like a reaction to protect himself, especially considering how emotionally detached Madison appears while she's breaking up with him. Hearing her show so little emotion in that moment likely stung, and this could be his way of trying to minimize his own vulnerability. I'm not sure if he feels regret for feeling like he was putting pressure on her or regret for saying something that he didn't actually feel. It's important to remember that Mason mentioned earlier that he is always the one who gets broken up with, and this breakup likely is triggering him, bringing up past feelings of rejection and hurt. So while his reaction is understandable, especially if he's feeling blindsided by Madison's lack of emotion, but it is also likely hurtful for Madison to hear that what he said wasn't genuine.
I just think you were probably saying very similar things to both of us. I got into my other date and was like, this is exactly what I've been looking for and wanting to hear.
Madison doesn't seem to recognize how differently she showed up in her dates with Mason compared to Alex. So there's a bit of judgment in her comment. She's pointing out that Mason may have said the same things to both women without fully seeing that she too interacted and connected differently depending on who she was with.
Meg and I did talk. I think you kind of just, tried to keep two good things going at once, and I don't know, might have lost both of them.
It seems clear that Madison was hurt because in this moment she does appear to take some satisfaction, not only in ending things with Mason, but also in pointing out that he may have lost Meg too. While it is never okay to take pleasure in hurting someone, this moment shows how unspoken or unprocessed hurt can easily spill out in ways that cause more harm. Madison has shared that she has endured significant trauma, and while she appears to be working hard on herself, she still has some growth work ahead of her, as we all do. It's not uncommon for people who have been deeply hurt to develop ways of protecting themselves. Whether it's consciously or unconsciously, they can end up hurting others in return. This is where self-awareness becomes so important. We are each responsible for managing our own hurt feelings, recognizing them, understanding them, and communicating them directly, rather than acting from them in a way that hurts others. Without that awareness, it's easy to fall into patterns where pain leads to more pain instead of genuine resolution or growth. Okay, so let's wrap this up with Meg and Mason.
I had feelings for two people here, you being one of them, Madison being the other. I validated Madison, and I clearly said it to the wrong person.
It's hard to know exactly why Mason has shifted. On the surface, it seems obvious. He may be shifting because he doesn't want to lose Meg. But here's the deeper issue. There's a lot Mason needs to sort out. First, how does he really feel about the breakup with Madison? Why was he so confused during that relationship, as he admitted? And why does he believe he suddenly has clarity now? This isn't about judging him. These are important questions for Mason to reflect on. Genuine clarity comes from understanding your own patterns and feelings, not from rushing to the next relationship.
I felt really confused.
Did you feel confused though before or after you found out that she was with Alex?
And that is a fair question. She is seeking that clarity.
How would I know if I was your number one that you would pick if now I'm just here by default?
There is no one here that made me feel genuinely like myself the way that you have. I mean, I can't even explain how happy you've made me. You've always been my number one.
This is exactly why I believe Mason has some growth work to do. He tells Meg that she was always his number one, but the reality is he previously told Madison that he was committed to her. Mason could benefit from really taking a step back and exploring his own patterns and thoughts and feelings. If he were to take the time to connect more deeply with himself, he might start to notice not just how he feels, but also the words he uses with others. Right now, he does seem unaware that he's saying the same things to two different women. So with greater self-awareness, it could help him see the impact of his words and bring more authenticity to his relationships. And by growing more in self-awareness, that will also help him understand why he continues to find himself in situations where people break up with him. Without that inner work, it's easy to fall into repeating the same relational dynamics without ever really knowing why. And it's the not knowing why that often causes us so much pain in life. At the end of the day, all of us bring our life experiences into relationships, the good, the messy, and everything in between. The key isn't being perfect or having it all figured out, but about being curious enough to ask, how is my past showing up here now? And is it helping me build the kind of connection I really want? Okay, that is a wrap for episode 5. I love nothing more than diving deep into relationships with all of you. So today let's talk about Love is Blind, episode 6. Hi, I'm Dr. Pam, therapist and passionate couples counselor. And today I'm going to answer this question. Can one conversation change everything in your relationship? It's all going to come down to talking about conflict. And conflict is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, indicators of a relationship's long-term endurance. But most of us were never taught how to handle conflict. So if conflict feels challenging in your relationship, here's what's important for you to know. Healthy conflict skills can be learned. Today I'm going to show you 2 examples. I'm going to show you what healthy conflict looks like, and then I'm going to show you an example where growth is needed, because it is so important to recognize the difference between the two. Also, I do want to mention that Love is Blind is a heavily edited show, so my comments are based solely on what we see in front of us, so I can provide you with relationship insights. And I also think that it's important to say that all of us carry challenges based on whatever we've been through in our life. And so the people on this show offer valuable lessons, and I'm grateful to learn from them and pass it on to you. Okay, let's just dive right into Daniel and Taylor, and I'm going to break down every moment of their tense conversation where Taylor questions whether Daniel followed and unfollowed her on Instagram. And I'm going to show you why this seemingly simple interaction reveals so much more about trust and fear and how relationships are tested under pressure. Okay, so Daniel was called into a meeting with Taylor, as you know, having no idea why.
Hi. Okay.
Whatever you need to say,
Yeah.
it's okay.
I can only imagine what Daniel must have been feeling being called in to meet with Taylor without having any idea why. He sees her visibly upset, and yet before he even knows the reason, he says, "Whatever you need to say, it's okay." I absolutely love this moment. He is reassuring her, letting her know that whatever is on her mind, he is open to listening. That is such a powerful way to create emotional safety and space for a real conversation. And it shows that he is prioritizing connection over defensiveness or fear, which is something so many people struggle to do in moments like this.
I thought, like, wow, he looks familiar to me. I didn't know if it was because I pictured you a million times through the wall. I'm pretty confident that you had followed me on Instagram not long before coming here.
I do not follow you on Instagram.
Another thing that I really appreciate is how Taylor starts the conversation. She leaves the door open that she could be mistaken. That is such a mature approach because she's not immediately accusing. She's allowing room for clarification. And what's equally important is how Daniel responds. He doesn't get defensive or reactive. He simply says very calmly and clearly that he didn't follow her on Instagram. He maintains a steady, calm demeanor throughout the whole conversation. Now, some might wonder if he's only staying composed because the cameras, but if you notice Daniel in the pods, he consistently stayed pretty calm. He seems to be a pretty steady, emotional person. So it's likely that this calm response is authentic, and perhaps it shows how he can handle difficult conversations. I mean, both Taylor and Daniel are modeling something very valuable here. They are leaving the space for the possibility of misunderstanding and responding without defensiveness. That combination is what keeps a conversation productive and prevents it from escalating.
If you have a picture on your Instagram in front of a Christmas tree with your legs crossed, holding a drink. You don't.
I have a picture of me in front of a fireplace.
Okay.
What I continue to love in this interaction is how Daniel is taking Taylor seriously. He's not dismissing her concerns or brushing her off. He's not saying things like, "That's ridiculous," or minimizing her feelings. Instead, he is thoughtfully responding and giving her the information she's asking for. And on the other side, Taylor is listening too. She's not leaning into accusations or conclusions, and she's not letting her emotions take over. And she appears open to hearing Daniel out and getting to an understanding between them. You can really see both of them making an effort to stay grounded and connected, even in a very uncomfortable conversation. And Taylor is clearly scared and seeking both answers and reassurance. And here's something really important. When you're dating, you don't actually know if you can trust someone until you've been through some kind of conflict or misunderstanding. It is not the absence of conflict that builds trust. It's how a person responds to you when you're feeling scared or vulnerable or unsure. Daniel's response in this moment is so important. How he handles Taylor's fears and questions will show her whether they can face challenges together as a couple. And he needs to see how Taylor handles situations where she's scared and vulnerable. But she needs to ask him these questions, not just for the situation, but so both of them can see how they show up when things get hard. That is how trust is built.
I hope that you can see how that in my brain is like freaking me out. That
Of course.
You may have put the pieces together when we were in the pods, and all of the things that we talked about are all on my Instagram as well.
Again, I really love that Daniel immediately acknowledges Taylor's feelings when he says, "Of course." He is validating her and communicating that he understands why she would be freaked out. That is such an important moment because here's the thing. Conflict doesn't have to create disconnection. It can actually create connection when it's handled well. By saying, "of course," Daniel is meeting her where she's at emotionally. He is validating her experience instead of getting defensive. If he had responded with something like, "Why would you think that about me?" or "Why would I do that?" that would have created disconnection and likely escalated the conflict. But instead, he keeps the door open for connection. Now, that being said, conflict won't always feel connecting. Even with the best communication skills and emotional maturity and the best of intentions, conflict is still challenging. That's because humans, relationships, and emotions are so complex, and there is no perfect script to follow during conflict. But what does make a difference is how you show up. Approaching conflict, especially with self-awareness and emotional maturity and a willingness to stay engaged, will make it so much easier, not easy, but easier.
You don't remember following me on Instagram?
100% I do not. I promise you. I would have told production halfway through if I recognized anything.
I'm hearing you, and I know what you're saying, but I'm still struggling to feel good about it.
If I were counseling Taylor and Daniel through this moment, I would want to slow things down and check in with both of them. I'd ask Daniel, how does it feel to be on the receiving end of Taylor's uncertainty and fears? And then I would ask Taylor, How do Daniel's responses make you feel? Are they helping you feel more secure, or is there something more that you need? And even more important, I would ask Taylor if she knows specifically what she needs from Daniel in order to feel reassured. Often it helps to identify needs and communicate them clearly to our partner when you're going through something like this. In conflict, it's not just about what's said, it's also about understanding how both people are experiencing the moment and knowing what each person truly needs to feel safe and connected to move forward together.
I promise you that I don't remember any.
Because I do have the followers app, so I can see who has followed me and unfollowed me.
I just want to point out here that things are beginning to escalate, and I will explain why in a moment why that's happening.
I understand. It's very possible that at one point I followed you and unfollowed you. I don't remember it. I would remember if I saw you cheating the system, I just wouldn't have done it. I'd be the shittiest of people. And I hope you know I'm not that person.
Well, that's why I'm here.
What's really important to notice here is that both of them are frightened. Taylor is scared because she's unsure if she can trust Daniel, and she's seeking that reassurance. But for Daniel, he's also scared. He doesn't want to lose her. You can almost see him thinking, what if I did somehow follow her and I genuinely don't remember it? He's confident that he wouldn't have knowingly done something like that. In fact, he even says that if he had gone on the show already knowing who she was, he would be the shittiest of people. That's coming from a place of fear and wanting her to see his true intentions. And it's also his way of validating that he understands why she's upset and scared. But at the same time, his own uncertainty is now creeping in, however small, but it is escalating her fear. And this is exactly where conflict can easily get tense. Fear fuels conflict. Both people are trying to protect themselves, and without careful attention, those fears can spiral out of control and pull them further apart. In conflict, it's not just about the words that escalate things, but also unspoken fears that we're feeling. And recognizing when fear is driving the conversation is so important to slowing things down. That's why when I'm counseling a couple during conflict, I like to ask questions about how each of them are experiencing that moment. Because believe it or not, it can actually elicit empathy when you know your partner's scared. And you might not see it, but when they tell you, it makes all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, it's up to you. It's like, it's very possible.
I'm going to look.
Okay. I wish I could say for 100% certainty that I didn't follow you or unfollow you, you know? But I just don't know. If I'm there, I just hope you know that, like, I truly came in with nothing.
As Daniel's fears and uncertainty begin to unfold, you can see that Taylor's fear is intensifying as well. When she says, I'm going to look, there's an edge in her voice. But if you listen closely, that's not anger, it's fear. It's her need to find something tangible, something that makes sense so she can feel safe again. And this brings up an important question. What do you do when trust is in question, but there's no clear, tangible evidence to give you certainty? How do you handle that? I'm going to talk about that in a moment, but let's keep watching.
Is there Wi-Fi? Anybody? Bueller.
I love this moment. In my experience when working with couples, humor, when used at the right time, can really help diffuse tension and bring down the heat of a conversation. And the reason it works so well here is because it was unexpected. It catches both of them off guard in a light and natural way without dismissing the seriousness of the moment. And timing is everything. And in this case, it landed perfectly. It was a much needed connecting moment.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. I need to know too, you know?
Now I feel crazy.
No, please don't feel crazy. My feelings for you haven't changed.
Taylor goes through her unfollow list and doesn't see Daniel. She begins to feel crazy, like she's questioning her own reality. And I love that in that vulnerable moment, Daniel doesn't get frustrated or pull away. Instead, he supports her and reassures her that his feelings for her haven't changed. That's huge, especially considering he's the one under pressure and in the spotlight. It's hard for Taylor to feel crazy too, but she wasn't wrong to seek reassurance. No one should be expected to give trust freely without it being built over time. So in moments like this, when someone is scared and vulnerable, that trust can either be strengthened or broken, depending on how both of you handle it.
Do you believe me?
I do.
Yeah. There's like, I promise you, whatever you need to do to like process, I'm okay with.
Even though Taylor says she believes him, Daniel doesn't stop there, which I love. He leaves the door open for her to process more if she needs to. That is such a perfect response because it shows he's not just trying to shut the whole thing down or rush her through whatever she's feeling. He is giving her space to keep working through it and reassuring her that he will work through it with her. And I love that he reaches out and holds her hands. That small gesture connects with her, not just physically, but emotionally too, because it's grounding and reassuring. What really stands out here is how he doesn't show any resentment for what he just had to go through. He doesn't say something like, I can't believe you just put me through that. Instead, he supports her. And because of that, you can see Taylor starting to lean in and work towards extending that trust in return. In difficult moments, how you respond after conflict is just as important as how you handle the conflict itself. It means a lot to leave space for continued processing, even after getting some sense of resolution, because that will deepen trust and strengthen your relationship. And that is one of the biggest ways to feel confident in your relationship, even if you don't have tangible evidence.
You okay? You sure? I wasn't really sure what to expect coming over here. I was like, my emotions were all over the place. So I appreciate you like wanting to talk to me about it instead of just cutting it off.
Well, there it is. Daniel doesn't come right out and say that he was scared that she was going to leave him, but he admits that he wasn't sure if Taylor was about to end things. That's fear showing up. It's a vulnerable moment, and that's what I meant when I said we don't always know how both people are experiencing conflict in the moment. And I really love that he takes a moment to thank her for talking it through with him. Again, another small gesture that shows emotional maturity. A less mature person might have reacted with frustration or defensiveness or even shut down completely. But instead, he acknowledges the effort it took to have the conversation.
I love that he's patient. And I feel really bad because I'm sure the way here his brain was a million places as well.
It would be really helpful for Taylor if she can let go of any guilt that she's feeling about how scared Daniel was. She needed to bring up her fears. This conversation was necessary, so instead of feeling guilty, it might be more helpful for her to lean into self-compassion and empathy for both herself as well as Daniel. Having empathy for him doesn't mean she has to feel guilty for the fact that she needed to address this with him. Taylor initiating this conversation may have felt uncomfortable, but in reality, she was taking a step towards strengthening their relationship. And together, the two of them showed that they have the capacity to work through challenges as a team. Well, let's say that's a good start. Like I said, not all conflict will go as smoothly as this one did for them. But so far, they are showing that they have the capacity to work things out together. Okay, let's move on to Alex and Madison, who would benefit from some growth work. And I'm going to talk all about that.
What is something that you would not be able to deal with in a relationship?
I feel like you and I are aligned on a lot of things.
We're really similar with a lot.
I think I would be a cute little wifey.
I talked about Madison's avoidant attachment in relationships in a previous video, and here we can see it really playing out. Alex asks her a very good but a very challenging question, and Madison avoids it completely. What's interesting is that even non-verbally she's showing avoidance. She's literally under the blanket, almost like she's shielding herself from the conversation. When she does respond, she doesn't answer the question. Instead, she says that they align, which deflects from what Alex is really asking. Then she takes that further by switching to something light, by saying she'd make a cute little wifey. Avoidant behaviors, whether verbal or nonverbal, are often ways of protecting yourself from vulnerability, but they can block real connection because vulnerability is what connects us. Madison can ask herself if she finds herself deflecting or joking or shutting down, what might happen if I stayed open instead of shutting down?
I think the biggest concern on my end at this point would be the avoidance.
I'm still here, aren't I?
You are, but how do I know that you're not going to get on a plane and leave?
We can really see that Alex's anxious attachment is playing out here. His fear of abandonment is powerful for him. And as I shared in my previous video, anxious attachment often leads people to constantly seek reassurance from their partner to calm that fear. Here's the sad truth. No relationship comes with an automatic guarantee, but that doesn't mean that relationships have to be unstable. It means that trust and security are built and strengthened over time by investing in each other and doing the work together. Equally important, though, is doing your individual growth work as well. Part of healing anxious attachment is learning to turn inward, not just outward. Yes, a strong, consistent relationship helps, but lasting security comes when you can reassure yourself as well. It means accessing your inner world, reminding yourself of moments when you felt secure in your relationship, when you feel anxious, and recognize that your worth and safety do not solely depend on external validation from your partner. Alex is looking to Madison for reassurance, but his growth will come when he begins to trust himself more. I mean, I'm not suggesting that this is easy work to do, but it is doable.
Like, you weren't nervous that you'd walk into this pod and I wouldn't be here, right?
No, I don't think so. Maybe there's like a 3% chance in my brain.
No. You just gotta trust.
Of course, we don't know what has been edited out, but it's clear that the unhealthy, anxious, avoidant attachment is unfolding here. We saw Madison avoid answering Alex's question, so she didn't have to show any vulnerability. And now she's slipping into the more familiar, comfortable role of reassuring Alex. She provides him that reassurance because it feels safer for her, because it keeps the focus off her fears. Meanwhile, Alex believes he is getting what he needs, her reassurance. But what he truly needs is to pause and reflect on why he feels so unsettled without constant reassurance. For Madison, learning to tolerate the discomfort of vulnerability by honestly sharing her fears would open the door to deeper connection rather than staying safe and being the one who always reassures. Again, I am not suggesting that any of this is easy work. It's frightening to step out of old patterns and comfort zones, but I firmly believe that comfort zones are expanded through discomfort. I say that to people I counsel all the time. Every small step you take, even when it feels uncomfortable or frightening, gradually turns the unfamiliar into something that feels safe and familiar over time.
Well, Mason, honestly, he was really devastated.
He was not very nice to me.
He was telling me that he told you something and like you had talked to his other connection and it screwed him over.
Well, I think it's important to question, why did Alex feel the need to bring up this conversation that he had with Mason to Madison? First of all, it shows a lack of boundaries. If I were Madison, I would have asked him directly why he felt it necessary to bring Mason into their conversation. Here's what I think. Whatever Alex heard from Mason likely triggered some fear or doubt, anxiety about Madison for him. So instead of addressing that fear openly or even addressing it within himself, he sides with Mason and subtly challenges Madison.
It's just uncomfortable, like, for someone to be like, I'm committed to you, and then the next day just like be like, I didn't mean that. It was really upsetting to me.
I understand that perspective. I think I'm just a very understanding person.
So Alex claims that he's just an understanding person, while not actually showing any understanding toward Madison in that moment. And just to be clear, I am not suggesting that Madison handled things well with Mason. I discussed that in my last video. This isn't about taking sides. It's about noticing how Alex is avoiding direct communication about his own feelings, as well as not respecting boundaries. What's really going on here is that Alex doesn't fully trust his own feelings, so he leans on what Mason says instead. That happens when someone feels unsure or insecure in a relationship. They look to others for answers. But by bringing Mason into it, Alex crosses a line and he hurts Madison's feelings. A better way would be for Alex to ask himself, why did what Mason said bother me? What am I feeling unsure about right now? Then talk to Madison directly about his feelings, instead of using Mason's perspective to challenge her.
Yeah, I guess so. I get that you're understanding, but I almost feel invalidated in that.
No, I think you're completely valid. I also think he's completely valid, and I
He's
think...
completely valid in saying that he's committed to me and then taking it back.
So as this conversation continues, Alex doubles down, trying to persuade Madison to see things his way. But he still isn't offering any real understanding of her perspective. Simply telling someone that they're valid isn't the same thing as actually making them feel validated. The tricky thing about validation is you don't have to agree with someone to offer it. You're simply acknowledging their experience, and this can be difficult for most people. But honestly, Alex's struggle here really has everything to do with his own anxiety.
I was hurt by him, and it just sucks for you to be like, well, he's so valid. What I'm probably looking for here is not to hear how valid he is. I just was looking for you to be like, yeah, I'm sorry he made you feel that way.
I'm definitely sorry that he made you feel that way.
Madison does a good job here of clearly saying what she needs from Alex, but chances are she needs even more, since he did cross a line by bringing this up with her. And Alex's apology, they're just words. There is no understanding behind his words, and he shows that to be the case when he does this.
I was hurt by him, and it just sucks for you to be like, well, he's so valid. What I'm probably looking for here is not to hear how valid he is. I think I just was looking for you to be like, yeah, I'm sorry he made you feel that way.
I'm definitely sorry that he made you feel that way.
And that's exactly why Alex's apology falls flat. He says he's sorry for how Madison felt, but immediately doubles down into defending Mason, making it clear that his focus is still on justifying Mason and not genuinely hearing Madison. At its core, this is, like I said, more about Alex's anxiety based on what he heard from Mason say about Madison than it is caring about what Mason went through. Meanwhile, Madison tries to create a boundary by telling Alex she doesn't want to hear about it. But the challenge with setting a boundary like this without real resolution is that the underlying hurt and resentment remain unresolved. And over time, those feelings are likely to grow. So Alex tries to shift to a different topic and talks about a possible future Christmas morning together. And this happens.
I am having a hard time thinking future-minded right now.
It's happened a lot over there.
Sorry. Am I making you anxious?
I think so, yeah.
Sorry.
Alex's anxiety is so often front and center. Madison even asked if she is making him anxious, when in reality she's not responsible for his anxiety, especially when all she did was communicate that she couldn't easily shift from feeling hurt and invalidated to talking about future Christmases together.
When you kind of like shut down or don't talk to me, it's hard for me to know what to do.
Well, I did tell you. I said I just didn't want to hear how valid Mason was.
Mm-hmm.
That was so unhelpful to me.
She is being direct with him by letting him know that she doesn't want to hear about Mason. She did tell him that she felt invalidated by him. This is what I meant when I said that if it's left unresolved, Madison would harbor hurt and resentment.
I'm sorry about that. I maybe shouldn't have said that. I'm maybe a little too understanding at times. I apologize if that made you feel invalid.
I respect your apology. I'm crying again.
You're crying right now?
Yes.
When Alex again says that he's just too understanding, what's really going on here is he's avoiding taking real ownership of how he crossed a boundary with Madison. He doesn't pause to reflect on why he felt the need to bring Mason into the conversation, which makes his apology feel not meaningful at all. A deeper apology would come from him recognizing his role, for him to get curious about his feelings and understanding how that influenced the way he approached Madison, and then communicate all of that understanding to her. That would have been a meaningful apology. So as this conversation continues, Madison shares that she feels a hesitation from Alex and says that that scares her. And Alex expresses that he is hesitant about the communication and then says this.
What I don't want, though, is a relationship with miscommunication and fighting.
I can't sit here and promise you that we'll never disagree on anything or fight about things. Like, I think you're trying to avoid all of those things, and that's really unrealistic.
Alex is being unrealistic, and he is not recognizing what he contributes to challenging conflict. So I would imagine if this discussion happened outside the pods, it would have escalated either into full-blown conflict with Madison withdrawing and Alex pursuing her to ease his anxiety, or it just would have shut everything down altogether. This is never a good way to resolve conflict, but the two of them are locked into an attachment pattern. And I didn't show you this in the clip, but Alex says to Madison, "Can you reassure me," again, the reassurance, "that we can communicate effectively?" But what he doesn't realize is that what he is really asking her is to always manage his anxiety for him. So she doesn't say exactly what he needs to hear. It sometimes can be the case that people with anxious attachment are looking for specific words. And if they don't hear them, they stay in an anxious state.
And I think at this point, it's a pretty big jump.
Like, you don't think we can get there?
We're not at a point to get engaged.
So it comes to an end. Let me say this. People with anxious and avoidant attachment styles can grow into a more secure connection. It's absolutely possible. But the key is a shared commitment. Both people have to be willing to do their individual growth work and put in the effort to grow their relationship together. I think sometimes all the information out there on social media can make it seem like anxious and avoidant attachment dynamics are doomed, but they're not. But it does take self-awareness, consistency in working on your own growth, and the mutual effort in your relationship. In Madison and Alex's case, we're seeing how hard it is when that balance isn't there. Without both people being ready to face their patterns and meet each other halfway, the relationship naturally reaches a point where they get stuck, and in this case, they can't continue. So you can see the drastic difference here between how Alex and Madison handle conflict compared to Daniel and Taylor. Alex and Madison never got to true understanding, while Taylor and Daniel engaged more openly and constructively. So for all of you watching, this is the takeaway. It's not about being perfectly secure. It's about whether both people are willing to do the work to move towards security together. Okay, that's a wrap on episode 6. I love diving deep into relationships with all of you, and I have been so grateful for your comments. So let's talk about Love is Blind, episode 7. Hi, I'm Dr. Pam, therapist and passionate couples counselor. And today's question is, how do you know if you're truly ready to get married? So many of us crave that next chapter in our life, falling in love, sharing a life with someone, maybe planning a big day, even imagining a family. It's a beautiful dream. And sometimes we get so caught up in that dream, we forget to pause and ask the deeper question, am I really ready for what all of this means? That's what I want to dive into today. And I'm going to end on a really positive note by sharing a big green flag that shows true readiness for marriage. And I also do want to mention that Love is Blind is a heavily edited show, as I've said in my previous videos, and my comments are based solely on what we see in front of us so that I can provide you with relationship insight. And I do also think that it is important to say that all of us carry challenges based on whatever we've been through in our life. And so the people on this show offer valuable lessons, and I'm grateful to learn from them. Okay, let's just dive right in with Devin and Virginia.
You were envisioning like an old lady on the other side. Are you sure? Okay.
No, I knew you had a young soul. You look amazing.
Why, thank you.
Me too.
Thank you.
I'm just kidding. Fishing for compliments.
Oh, you look good.
Okay, so you're probably not ready for marriage if you're still having surface level conversations. And there is a lot of that happening in this season. And not that there's anything wrong with them, but for marriage, you need to do the deeper work. My channel is all about growing deep and connecting strong, so your conversations need to do just that. And this means opening up and being real with each other. Yes, I am talking about vulnerable sharing. Asking each other questions like, what are your biggest fears? Where do you feel like you still need to grow as a person? What strengths do you bring to a relationship, and what challenges do you bring? Because if you cannot talk about these things, you will not be able to have conversations about the harder challenges that do come with marriage. These questions matter. They help you see each other clearly, and they also help you see yourself and express yourself clearly too.
Is there anything you're feeling like you're nervous about?
No,
Not at all.
So,
Even the thought of like getting married in 4 weeks, is that like something that's scaring you a little bit or not really?
it sounds crazy, but no, I'm just more so excited than nervous.
That was a really great question, but it made me wonder, why isn't she nervous? They don't really know each other. Now, let me be clear, it does take years to truly know someone. We are all constantly evolving based on whatever life throws at us, both positive and negative. Life changes us, but that's even more reason to ask the deeper questions early on. It would have been a really good idea to follow up with something like, what's your biggest fear about being in a long-term relationship? How do you handle stress, and how can I support you when you're stressed? How do you typically deal with conflict? Because if you've been watching my channel, you know how you handle conflict is the biggest indicator of whether a relationship can last long term. And here's something really important to consider. If you and your partner haven't had many conflicts or haven't worked through them in a way that feels healthy or where you both feel good about the outcome, you're probably not ready for marriage. That doesn't mean you'll never be ready. It just means you'll feel more confident stepping into that commitment once you can face hard times together, as well as small everyday irritations, because those will come. And being able to work through them with care, well, that's the real strength of a lasting relationship.
I think my word for us has been like easy. Like talking to you is easy.
Why is it so easy?
I feel like we just talked about so much and I became so close to you.
Yeah.
That like, I feel like I could tell you anything.
Okay, this is so important. This is where people can really get tripped up. He says they've talked about so much, but that all depends on what they've actually talked about. We know that he opened up about his experience when he was in constant pain and taking a lot of ibuprofen and losing his faith. And I'm sure he felt her compassion and empathy when he shared that with her, which is a beautiful start in a relationship. But, and this is such a big but, being able to talk with each other about each other, that is a whole different level. That's where things start to get real. When we share something personal, especially painful, it can feel like, wow, I can tell this person anything. But true emotional safety in a relationship isn't just about sharing your past. It's about being able to talk about the hard things that come up between the two of you. Like, can you say, hey, something you did hurt me, and then have that received with care or interest or curiosity? Can you sit in discomfort together and work through it together? That's when you begin to know that you can talk about anything, not just because you've shared your stories, but because you have faced tension. misunderstandings, and even hurt, and still stay connected after working through it together. That's a bonus tip for marriage readiness.
I feel very comfortable now.
I feel like very comfortable and just excited to be with you.
I'm excited to be with you. We're the same person. I'm just kidding. We're the same.
Exactly the same.
We're exactly the same.
This is another common mistake. They're saying that they are exactly the same person, but in truth, of course, they are not. Now, they do go on to say that they balance each other out and that they're a good fit, but they never actually explain why. Obviously, I don't know if that part was edited out. Here's what's important to really think about. When you first meet someone, you naturally look for where you connect. And that often comes through in our similarities. That's normal. We feel safe in what feels familiar, but it's the differences that matter most in the long run. The question to ask ourselves isn't just, do we connect? It's, do our differences balance each other out in a healthy way? And are their differences things that I can genuinely accept? Or are they potential deal breakers I'm overlooking right now because I'm caught up in the excitement? I always like to ask someone who's in love, what don't you like about this person? Because eventually that answer will reveal itself. And it's so much better to know that before you say, I do. And if you don't have an answer to that question, you're probably not ready for marriage. Okay, so let's talk about Dave and Lauren.
I know.
Okay.
What?
Nothing.
Just okay.
Breath. Scale from 1 to 10, like how awkward do you think I would be?
Not awkward at all.
Okay.
I have sensed a kind of awkwardness between Dave and Lauren ever since they met in person. And now Lauren finally puts that question out there. I'm not surprised that Dave says not awkward at all. If you've watched my earlier video, you'll remember that Dave has some pretty strong defenses. That means he's probably not very in tune with his own emotions, especially the uncomfortable ones. But here's the thing, if you feel awkward around your partner, especially someone you're considering marrying, that is something to take very seriously. It doesn't mean that you're not a good match, but it does mean you need to slow down and get curious. Because real connection requires emotional safety. And if you're not feeling that, you are not ready for marriage. And by emotional safety, I mean the feeling that you can be your true self, you can be honest, vulnerable, imperfect, without fear of being judged, dismissed, or rejected. Honestly, it would have been really helpful if Lauren had shared her own experience in that moment, like, I feel a little awkward, and then talk about why. That kind of honest, vulnerable sharing could have opened up a door to a deeper conversation. Instead of just brushing it off, they could have explored why there's awkwardness and what's beneath it. And that's the real insight here. Awkwardness isn't the problem. Not being able to talk about it is. And if you keep watching them, you'll notice they don't talk about anything of real substance. Yet again, that's another sign that you're not ready for marriage.
Me and Lauren have not had sex yet. I've seen her naked. There's nothing I'm like, I hate this so much.
Good. I feel like that would be alarming.
Yes.
Yeah. I also
Maybe the new hair.
All right.
I'm kidding.
Dave constantly throws digs at Lauren and then brushes them off by saying, I'm kidding. Telling her he hates her hair and then laughing it off, these kind of remarks might seem harmless on the surface, but they can slowly erode emotional safety. Lauren may not even be fully aware of it, but this could be part of the reason why she feels uneasy around him. And the reason that I showed you the clip where Dave says, I've seen her naked, that moment is an example of his emotional immaturity. Yes, I understand that on this show, people sometimes talk about whether they've been physically intimate. But the way that Dave said it, unprompted and with a kind of bragging, it felt more like he was trying to prove something and show off. Kind of like something a teenage boy would say to their friends. That kind of comment lacks awareness and respect, both for Lauren and for the intimacy that they've shared. When someone is emotionally mature, they understand that intimacy is personal and they speak about it with care and respect. Saying something like that to the interviewer crosses a boundary. It shows that he may not fully understand the weight of emotional and physical closeness in a relationship. Again, all the reasons that they are not ready for marriage. Okay, let's end this on a positive note. In my last video, I broke down the entire tension-filled conversation between Daniel and Taylor about Instagram. And there was one moment that really stood out to me in the best way. Daniel said to her, "If you need more processing, I'm open to do that with you." I loved that because it showed emotional openness, patience, and a willingness to stay connected even through hard conversations. So let's check in and see how they are doing. Are they still processing?
I still feel really bad. So I don't regret having the conversation, but I do regret the way that I handled that conversation.
Here's what's important. If that conversation about Instagram hadn't gone as well as it did, Taylor probably would not have felt emotionally safe to bring it up now. And that's huge. She knew on some level she could come to him, share how she felt, and be met with openness instead of defensiveness. That kind of safety is what builds trust in a relationship.
You handled it the only way that you could have.
I know, but looking back, I wouldn't handle it that same way now.
Don't feel bad. I totally get it.
Yeah.
I would have felt the same way if I was in your shoes, you know? It was a view into how we handle things together.
Yeah.
I love this. Exactly. Daniel's words, "it was a view into how we handle things together," are spot on. Just the fact that he could recognize that moment for what it was shows emotional insight, and that builds trust. They are building that all-important foundation that is needed for a strong and connected relationship. That is huge green flag for marriage. And there's one more huge green flag between them. Watch this.
Life isn't always going to be sunshine and rainbows and drinking G&Ts and
on a dock
on the beach in Honduras.
As much as I think neither of us would have preferred that happen, I think it honestly will bring us closer together.
They are being realistic. They know life will bring them challenges. Earlier, I mentioned how easy it is to get caught up in the fantasy of a perfect future together. But Daniel and Taylor are doing something different. They are acknowledging that things won't always be easy. Taylor sees and genuinely appreciates Daniel's patience, and Daniel values that Taylor stayed emotionally connected by bringing up the Instagram conversation. That is a big, beautiful green flag for marriage. This kind of honest, grounded connection is exactly what lasting love is built on. Well, that is a wrap for episode 7. I love diving deep into relationships with all of you, so let's talk about Love is Blind, episode 8. Hi, I'm Dr. Pam, therapist and passionate couples counselor, and today I'm going to break down Dave and Lauren's relationship, and I'm going to focus on why Dave struggles with trust, and I will explain that no matter what Lauren does, she will never gain his trust, and I'll talk about why Lauren feels it's her responsibility to prove she's trustworthy. And in addition to talking about trust, I'm going to dive into themes of trauma, low self-worth, and how our past experiences shape the way we show up in our adult romantic relationships. And I do also want to mention that, as you know, Love is Blind is a heavily edited show, and my comments are based on what we see in front of us. This isn't about judging the people on the show. It's about learning from them, for which I am truly grateful. And just a quick note, what I'm sharing about Dave's trust issues isn't meant to apply to everyone. Trust is deeply personal and very complex, and this is just one lens based on what we see. Okay, let's start here.
You guys had sex yet? You guys having sex yet?
I've been asking people have you had sex yet? And they're like,
So it's
whoa. I just genuinely want to know, are you guys having sex yet?
What's it like? We were just talking to, like, you guys haven't had sex yet?
No.
We haven't either.
It may appear that Dave is obsessed with sex, but what he is actually struggling with is a lack of understanding about relationships, intimacy, and how it all truly works. In my video that I did about Dave and trauma, I talked about how when our inner world or emotional development is limited, we often turn to others to help us make sense of our experiences. And it seems like the only thing that Dave really understands about relationships is that sex is a part of it. He hasn't yet developed a deeper understanding of the emotional layers within himself, within others, or within relationships. So he turns to others to try to make sense of everything. But that won't help him. And I'll say more about why throughout this whole video.
Lauren's great.
She is great.
Love
Lauren,
her.
she moves a lot at night. She pees a lot.
Do you snore? No.
A little bit.
Keep her up.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been
I'm
trying
gonna
to
ground you a little bit. Be nice to her.
I will be.
Dave shows a complete lack of boundaries when he shares deeply personal and private things about Lauren. This isn't just a moment of poor judgment. It reflects a deeper issue, a lack of understanding about intimacy, emotional safety, and respect, what that truly looks like in a relationship. This kind of lack of boundaries does often stem from early experiences where emotional boundaries weren't modeled or respected. And on some level, Taylor picks up on Dave's relational immaturity. When she tells him to be nice to Lauren, it's as if she senses that Dave doesn't fully understand how relationships work. Not because he's being malicious, but because he likely never learned the emotional understanding or experiences that help us build healthy connections. This isn't about blaming, it's about recognizing how trauma and a lack of relational learning can shape the way we show up with others. So, moving on, Dave and Lauren are now living together.
Having to like hear that all these people are already like talking about my personal life, you know, and like what I'm choosing to do, like that sucks. Like certain people, I'm just like, why are they wasting their time and energy talking about me, and like what I'm choosing to do with my life?
There's a reason Dave's friends and sister talk openly about Dave's personal life. It's likely because he invites them into it constantly, just as we have witnessed him do on Love is Blind. But what stands out is that Dave seems genuinely confused and even hurt when people form opinions about how he lives his life. He shares personal details freely, involves multiple people in his relationship, as well as turns outward to process his emotions. Yet, he is surprised when people have something to say about it. That kind of disconnect often comes from trauma or emotional neglect, where someone wasn't taught how to safely hold and process their own emotions. So they turn to others to make sense of what they're feeling, without realizing that by doing so, they are also opening themselves up to judgment. The confusion comes from not recognizing that when he brings people into his emotional world, they will inevitably respond, and sometimes that response won't feel good. So next, just a quick recap for you about what's going on between Dave and Lauren and the other guy.
My friends they're just like, their first impression already is like, oh, this girl is dating a guy that we know. Apparently they hung out like the Friday before she left on Sunday. And apparently the guy's like still texting her and trying to see her and stuff. And he lives in the freaking building that we moved into.
Now, as we move forward, keep in mind Dave's friends and sisters' opinions matter deeply to him. Why? Because, as I mentioned earlier, he turns to others to help him make sense of his inner world, what he thinks, what he feels, and even what he believes about himself and others. He hasn't yet developed the ability to process those things emotionally on his own, so he relies on outside voices to shape his understanding of his own experience.
It's one of those things like, do I believe her? Do I believe this guy / my friends? This tricky thing for me has been like, my sister knows now. She heard that like Lauren has had a boyfriend going into this.
There is a big important piece missing here. Dave keeps saying, should I believe Lauren? Should I believe the guy? Should I believe my friends? Should I listen to my sister? But the real issue isn't about any of them. The truth is, Dave doesn't trust himself. And if you can't trust yourself, your own judgment, your own instincts, your own feelings, you will never be able to fully trust another person. It will not matter what Lauren says or does to prove she's trustworthy. She could do everything right and it still wouldn't be enough. Not because of anything she's doing wrong, but because his trust issues are rooted inside him, not in her. And as we continue, I'm going to share why Lauren doesn't see what's really going on and how that is affecting her in more ways than I think she realizes.
It did not feel like there was anything I was hiding from you.
I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out. The guy and like certain people, it's just kind of been a lot. I'm trying to explain to friends and family.
Yeah.
But your friends that are believing this,
I don't know what's real and
it's
what's
hard.
not.
When Dave says, I don't know what's real, that is actually his truth, and it's a powerful one. In the video that I made about trauma, I talked about how trauma often leaves a person feeling confused and disconnected from their own reality. It can blur the line between what feels true and what feels safe. Now, I want to be clear. I can't say for certain that Dave has experienced trauma. And it's important to remember that trauma comes in many different forms. Sometimes it doesn't even look like what we traditionally think of as trauma. For example, emotional neglect, which is often overlooked. A family can appear very happy and functional on the outside, while a child on the inside in the home is emotionally unseen and unsupported. That kind of neglect can have a lasting traumatic impact, and it often shows up in adult relationships through things like self-doubt, difficulty trusting others and yourself, and feeling unsure about what's real or who to believe. So when Dave says he doesn't know what's real, it might not only come from what's happening in the moment, but it could be something that he's experienced his whole life. Again, I don't know if this is true, but it's something to consider. And as this continues, Lauren's friends try hard to convince Dave that he can trust her. It gets to the point where Lauren becomes emotional and breaks down. She said previously that she feels very fragile. So while she's going through all of this, it is really chipping away at her.
What do you feel like you need, or what is the...
I need like you to like trust me.
I know.
Lauren is clearly hurt that Dave doesn't trust her. And of course, that pain is understandable. It always hurts when someone you care about questions your integrity. But if I were counseling Lauren, I would want her to reflect on her life experiences that led her here and ask her, were there moments growing up when you didn't feel trusted? Perhaps regarding decisions that you wanted to make, or even your thoughts or your feelings? Because sometimes we unconsciously gravitate towards dynamics that feel familiar, even if they're painful. So Lauren may be sitting in a pattern that feels very familiar to her, which is she is someone who deserves to be trusted, but isn't. And that can be deeply frustrating, especially for someone like Lauren, who appears very smart and articulate. It can be confusing for her to find herself in relationships where she feels the need to constantly prove her trustworthiness. Lauren's growth work is recognizing that her worth and value do not need to be proven. They already exist inside her. Healing will not come from convincing others to trust her, but from trusting herself and honoring herself first.
You look gorgeous.
Okay.
She said okay.
I leave now.
I think this moment is very telling. Lauren seems genuinely uncomfortable when she is being told that she is gorgeous. Her response, simply saying okay, along with her facial expression, reveals something deeper within her. It shows the work she needs to do around self-worth and self-esteem, and yes, even self-love, as cliche as that might sound. When compliments feel hard to receive, it often reflects a disconnect between how others see us and how we see ourselves. This kind of inner work can be powerful, and it's where true transformation begins. Because when Lauren begins to fully believe in her own worth without needing external validation, like she did in the pods when she tried to convince Dave to pick her, that's when she'll be ready for the kind of relationship she clearly craves and deeply deserves.
I hate seeing you cry. I hate
I don't know what else to do. Like I'm like so helpless. I don't know what else like you need.
I'm trying to block out all that other noise and just like, what do I think? What does Dave think? What's like the best, like mature way to like handle this?
I don't think this is the first time Lauren has felt helpless in wanting to be trusted. As I mentioned earlier, this is likely a familiar emotional experience for her, one that may go way back much further than what she's going through in this relationship with Dave. And while Dave is asking himself a very meaningful question like, what do I think? Which is a good start, the reality is that both he and Lauren would benefit from guidance outside of themselves. When you're stuck in a relational pattern, self-reflection alone often isn't enough. It takes support and insight and sometimes another person holding up a kind of mirror to help you grow and build self-awareness and move forward in a healthy way.
Like you didn't flirt with someone at a bar like a week before you came here?
I wasn't like going home, hooking up with people literally a day before.
It was not a day before. I did not
Literally
hook up with him the day or even the week before coming here. You knew for a fact that I was with him the night before. That's not a fact. It's not true.
As their relationship continues, we see a pattern. Dave is heavily influenced by what his friends tell him, and Lauren continues to try to convince him otherwise. From what we're seeing, it seems that Lauren has spent a lot of time trying to convince people, whether it was proving she could be trusted, defending her thoughts or her feelings, or simply trying to be seen and believed. Of course, I can't know her full story, but the pattern shows up clearly. Even in the pods, she didn't trust for the relationship to unfold naturally. Instead, she worked to convince Dave that she was the right person for him and wanting to be picked, rather than standing in her own self-worth and letting him meet her in her own self-worth, or even stepping away. Another thing that I noticed about Lauren is that she has said to Dave multiple times, I don't want to discredit you for what you're feeling, which really stood out to me because it made me wonder if she's experienced being discredited herself in her life, having her feelings dismissed or invalidated. And now she's in a relationship where that very thing is happening. Dave is discrediting her, and so are his friends, people she hasn't even met. And sometimes we become especially mindful of giving to others what we didn't receive ourselves. But Lauren's growth work is about recognizing that while her empathy is a strength, she also deserves to receive the same emotional empathy, safety, and validation in return that she so freely and willingly gives to others.
I'd rather us like not go our separate ways tonight.
Okay. I mean, see, that's where like I would, because I don't feel comfortable right now like being here. But I also don't know what else to do. I just need to like figure things out.
Dave doesn't know how to sit in emotional discomfort, and he hasn't yet learned how to work through challenges with Lauren while staying emotionally connected with her. Instead, he turns to others, as I said, friends, family, and anyone who might help him make sense of what he's feeling. But the truth is, he's relying on others to do the very work that only he can do. No matter how many people he talks to, he will not find the clarity he's seeking, because growth work doesn't come from external opinions. It comes from learning to turn inward, learning to trust yourself, and to sit with the uncomfortable emotions long enough to understand them. That's Dave's growth work. And Lauren's growth work is learning to recognize her own self-worth and self-value and not needing to prove herself to others. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot more to talk about as we watch their relationship unfold. Okay, that is a wrap on episode 8. One of my favorite things to do is explore the deeper layers of relationships with all of you, and Love is Blind episode 9 gives us plenty to talk about. Hi, I'm Dr. Pam, therapist and passionate couples counselor, and today I'm going to be diving into the real-life challenges that come up when you're building a new family with your partner while still trying to stay connected with your family of origin. Sometimes it's the case that families make you feel you need to choose either your partner or your family of origin. What is it that makes that balance so hard, and what helps make it go right? I'm going to walk you through yellow caution flags with Devin's family, red flags with Monica's family, and some truly beautiful green flags with Daniel and Taylor's families. Each story offers something important to learn. And before we dive in, I just want to acknowledge that Love is Blind is a highly edited show. So everything that I share is based on the moments that we see in front of us. My goal is never to judge anyone, but to explore the dynamics so we can all learn from them. And I truly appreciate the opportunities their stories give us to reflect and grow. So, okay, let's start right here with Devin's family.
Strong in our faith. We're really family oriented. We've taught our kids God's first, have God number one in their life. That's something really big that I always wanted for him. To have a equally yoked, raise your children the same way. With your mom and dad, I'm assuming they're Christians.
Devin's mom clearly has some strong morals and values, and she communicates them openly to Virginia. It seems she has a clear vision of what she hopes Devin's new family will look like. And while I don't know if this vision has been discussed or agreed upon between Devin and his family, but what stands out to me here is the potential tension that could arise if Devin and Virginia's values begin to differ from his family of origin. As they build their own family unit, the question becomes, how will everyone navigate those differences while maintaining connection and respect? It might be helpful for Devin and Virginia to have open conversations, not just with each other, but also with his family about how they can honor both their new life together and their values that they came from. And if moments of differing views occur, it really helps if Devin were to take the lead in communication with his own family, especially if there's any tension.
When it comes to kids, I know you're a bit older, so are you gonna do that like right away?
With like marriage roles, do you consider yourself like a 50-50 kind of person where like everybody can do anything, or are you more like a traditionalist?
These questions are deeply personal questions, and they raise some concerns for me around boundaries. There's a meaningful difference between showing interest in getting to know someone and asking about things like age or plans of having children, which can feel like crossing a line, especially so early on. These kinds of questions may reflect a desire for connection, but they can also unintentionally pressure or overwhelm someone in Virginia's position. It is so important to build trust first before moving into sensitive topics like this.
We also entertained like the idea of a prenup. I think that's kind of just like the modern way of doing things. I want to create generational wealth.
Is that why you want the prenup? What if he lost his job?
Yeah.
How would you feel about that? Are you gonna be there for each other when that stuff happens?
I can't help but wonder if Love is Blind actually provided some of these questions because they just feel so incredibly personal for a first-time meeting. I mean, even with a wedding just weeks away, questions like these, especially coming from Devin's family, can feel more like an interview. And to be clear, I am not judging this situation. It's a unique situation, and being on TV must be incredibly awkward. And meeting your child's partner who they're going to marry in a few weeks. But from a relational perspective, these questions seem to come more from anxiety and the need for reassurance than genuine curiosity in getting to know Virginia. For the sake of offering some guidance for you, I would say that questions about finances, age and having children, or how they will handle future hardships do cross into the territory that's deeply personal to the couple. These are intimate conversations that partners typically navigate together over time, not something that is easily addressed in a first meeting or even a one-time meeting. If reassurance is the goal, there are other ways to connect. Questions like, what attracted you to each other? Or when did you know that this felt for real for the two of you? What was it like meeting each other in person for the first time? These questions invite meaningful connection while respecting the couple's boundaries.
So in like 60 years, when mom and dad retire and Devin doesn't want to place him in a nursing home, I'm being kind, Kayla. And he says, I want my parents to move in with us. Is that something that you'd be okay with?
That's a really difficult question to answer, especially during a first meeting. And it really does put Virginia in a tough position. It crosses a boundary because so much about their future is still unknown. How many children they might have, their financial and their work situations. And more importantly, Virginia hasn't had the chance to fully build her relationship yet with Devin's family. Now, it is possible that caring for aging parents is a deeply held value in Devin's family, and perhaps even a value that Virginia shares as well. But these kinds of conversations need to happen gradually, with trust and understanding already in place. Asking a question like this so early on can feel more like pressure than connection. I do want to say that Devin's mom did express happiness and support for them, which is a lovely way to build a deepened connection moving forward. Okay, let's move on to Monica's family meeting Joey.
So, how did you
choose each other?
How did you choose each other? That's a good question.
That was a great question. It gives Monica and Joey an enjoyable way to introduce their relationship to Monica's family. It's light and fun to answer that question, but it also creates an opportunity for genuine connection with her family and insight into their bond.
Why are you single?
There's no filter.
I want to know why you're single.
Well, that question definitely crosses a line. It's a deeply personal and impossible question to answer in a single conversation. More than that, the way it was asked felt confrontational rather than open or curious. So in moments like this, it's easy for someone to feel put on the spot rather than welcomed into the family. I didn't show it, but I thought that Joey handled it with a lot of grace. He was appropriately open in his response, which says a lot, especially given how uncomfortable he must have felt to be put on the spot like that during a first meeting and on national TV. That kind of question could easily make someone shut down, but he stayed present and composed.
He's not your type. When you look at him, he's not. Not about looks. But even his personality, like, is he the right personality for you? I don't know.
Well, you met him for an hour.
I'm good at reading people.
I know.
The real question is, how can you express concern without creating distance between yourself, your family member, and their partner? Monica's sister doesn't quite strike that balance. So instead of leading with judgment, like suggesting Joey isn't her type, she could ask something like, what drew you to him? Or what did you find attractive about him that maybe surprised you? Questions like these show care and curiosity, and they help keep the lines of connection open even when you're unsure. And to be fair, this kind of misstep is really common in families. When we care deeply, it's easy to let our worry lead us instead of our compassion, our curiosity, and wanting to learn more.
My only worry is you do it, you get married, and then you have to get divorced.
I don't want that. That's not my goal to do
Is it
that.
his?
It's completely understandable that Monica's sister doesn't want to see Monica end up in a painful situation like divorce. But a more thoughtful way to express that concern without creating distance might be to ask, what gives you confidence that Joey is truly committed to you for the long term? This kind of question invites reflection without sounding accusatory. And when asked with genuine curiosity, it can actually strengthen the relationship by showing care while honoring Monica's judgment in her relationship.
Because I can see him almost being like a really good actor. Like he knows what to say. He knows what people want to hear, and he's really good at delivering it.
Calling Joey an actor can be really alienating, not just to him, but to Monica too. Her sister may not realize that blunt criticism can quietly damage her relationship with her sister and with Joey. If Monica chooses to move forward with Joey and her sister continues to express doubt without sensitivity, Monica may feel torn, like she has to choose between the person she loves and her family. And even if she wants both to work, that kind of tension can slowly pull them apart.
I don't want you to like hate him or like
I don't
not
hate him.
Yeah.
I just don't ever want you to get hurt.
Monica's use of the word hate shows just how deeply concerned she is. She's afraid her sister's disapproval could damage her sister's relationship with Joey. While her sister says she doesn't want Monica to get hurt, the way that she's expressing her concern by turning against Joey may already be hurting Monica. Wanting to protect someone is understandable, but how we show that concern matters so much. A more loving approach might be to say, I want to understand what makes you feel so sure about Joey. And that keeps the connection open while still expressing care.
How did you think the meeting went with my family?
Not great with your sister.
Why didn't you think it went great with my sister?
I just don't think she likes me.
Okay.
Which is fine.
Well, it's not fine.
Not everyone has to like me.
It's not.
You can already see the division forming. Joey says that Monica's sister doesn't like him. And while he says it's fine, that kind of tension can quietly create disconnection within the family. It places Monica in a painful position, caught between the two people she cares about. And when Monica says it's not fine, you can see her starting to pull away from her sister and closer to Joey. It's a dynamic that, if left unaddressed, can lead to long-term strain.
That's up to her.
But she needs to give you a chance.
Did I give a reason for her to not like me?
No.
If so, then I would say, okay, tell me like what I did wrong or what I could have done better.
Well, you did nothing wrong.
Monica siding with Joey is exactly what I meant when I said her sister is putting her in a position where she feels forced to choose. And when people feel they have to choose, they often lead toward the relationship they're building, their future, their partner, even if their deeper hope is to keep both connections strong. You can already see the emotional distance beginning to form, and once that happens, it can be really difficult to repair. The deeper takeaway is this: when sharing concerns with a loved one about their relationship, it matters what we say and how we say it. Even if it's well-intentioned, comments can create disconnection if they come across as judgmental or critical. And it's really important to remember, if things ever do become difficult in the relationship, like between Monica and Joey, Monica may need support. But if her family of origin has not created a safe and open space, she is not going to feel that she can go to them. Communicating with curiosity and compassion helps preserve connection, not just now, but for future moments when it's needed most. Okay, let's see how Daniel's family handles meeting Taylor for the first time.
We're interested to hear about the pod experience and when things started to click.
I really love this moment. Daniel's dad comes across as open and curious and genuinely interested in learning about their experience. His question was thoughtful and showed that he's approaching their relationship with openness rather than skepticism. It's a great example of how to build connection instead of creating distance. So in the next clip, Daniel's mom expressed that she liked the concept of Love is Blind because they have a daughter who was born blind. So they are very aware that looks do not matter. And then she says this.
This will be great for Daniel because I want Daniel to meet a girl and know her heart. But then I thought, I actually really want this for the girl to get to know his heart.
Yeah. This moment reveals so much. Daniel's mom is not only expressing support for how they found each other, but she is also showing trust and belief in the depth of their connection. By honoring that they chose each other for their hearts, she's reinforcing emotional values over surface level impressions. That kind of support is both rare and deeply impactful. It lays the foundation for a meaningful and loving relationship, not just between the couple, but within the family as a whole. And then Daniel's father asks if Daniel has met her family, and Taylor shares that her family is having a harder time coming around. She's visibly emotional, and this is the response she receives.
Well, you're their little girl.
I think it all comes from a place of like love and
It definitely
wanting
does.
to protect you.
It
And
does. Yeah, for sure.
So
Yeah.
we understand it.
Yeah.
This was such a powerful moment. Daniel's family could have responded by criticizing Taylor's parents, saying something like that's awful or unfair, but instead they chose a different path. They showed compassion not just for Taylor, who was clearly emotional, but also for her parents, people who they never even met. Their response was thoughtful and supportive of both sides. And in doing so, they are beginning to build a bridge with a family that will hopefully be part of their lives for years to come. Next, Daniel visits Taylor's parents, fully aware that they are skeptical about meeting him, and I have to say, he handled it perfectly.
I'm trying to put myself in like your shoes, and if like I had a daughter, she came home with a guy that you didn't know, and oh, by the way, they're engaged. And oh, by the way, there's a wedding in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I understand how that would feel.
So, do you notice what Daniel did? He immediately validates Taylor's mom with such authenticity, showing as much understanding as possible for how she might be feeling. He recognizes that he's facing resistance both to him and his relationship with Taylor, but instead of trying to convince her to accept him, he meets her exactly where she is. He leads with empathy rather than persuasion. Honestly, you couldn't have asked for a more thoughtful or respectful approach.
I've just never felt more safe and loved.
That's what we want for you. That's a big job, Daniel.
I felt like I just wanted to make her happy and feel safe for like the rest of my life. I do.
I love this moment because, you know, Daniel was not afraid to be vulnerable in front of Taylor's parents. And in a first-time meeting, that is not an easy thing to do. And you could see Taylor's mom soften when she says, that's what we want for her, and that's a big job. It was a beautiful moment that shows you that when you meet someone with understanding and validation, they can meet you with the same support that you're looking for.
I would just like to just ask your permission to move forward with her.
I do.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm just gonna try and love her the best I can.
Thank you.
Sounds like you got those wedding vows down pat.
This made me tear up. It was such a beautiful moment. Taylor's mom clearly came around, and much of that was because of how Daniel approached her. He validated her feelings, acknowledged her concerns, and offered gentle reassurance. It's a powerful reminder that when we lead with empathy instead of defensiveness, we create space for connection and change. Okay, that's a wrap on episode 9. I really love diving deep into relationships with all of you, so let's talk about Love is Blind, episode 10. Hi, I'm Dr. Pam, therapist and passionate relationship counselor. And in today's video, I'm going to be diving into Dave's confusing and contradictory behavior. Is he lying? Is he manipulating? Or is something deeper going on? I'm going to say this right up front. It is complicated. And we so often want to put people in neat little boxes because it makes them easier to understand. But the truth is, none of us fit perfectly into a box. Throughout this entire video, I'm going to be showing you clips from the entire season. Moments where Dave, in his own words, gives us clues into what we need to really understand what's driving his behavior. And when we put those pieces together, a deeper story starts to emerge, one that isn't obvious when we first meet Dave. One more thing, we all know that Love is Blind is a heavily edited show, and it's really important for you to know that my comments are based solely on what we see, and this is not about judgment. It's about learning from the experience of the people on this show, for which I am truly grateful. Okay, let's start here.
Dave, I'm frustrated that he's like saying that he wants to continue figuring things out, but then like he leaves. Last night, he texted me at like 3 in the morning saying that he was going to stay at his apartment and that we can hopefully figure things out tomorrow.
One of the things that I'll be sharing with you today is the many contradictions we see in Dave. For example, Lauren tells us that Dave says he wants to work things out, but then he leaves. In a previous video, I suggested that Dave may have experienced some form of early childhood trauma, and it may be trauma that he's not even fully aware of. You know, sometimes trauma, especially, for example, emotional neglect, it doesn't always feel like what we typically think of as trauma, but it is still deeply impactful. People who have experienced emotional neglect will often say that they had a perfectly normal childhood because there is nothing glaringly obvious to point to.
I had such a typical white dude growing up.
Sure.
I had a great childhood.
If you had a great childhood, you would not do this.
One of our first conversations was about how you push people away.
Yep.
So Dave admits to Molly that he pushes people away. We see signs of that here. Dave seems torn. He craves connection with Lauren, yet he avoids it and even sabotages it. And this is a common pattern with emotional neglect. When someone grows up without the consistent emotional attunement, they often don't learn how to be in a relationship with healthy intimacy, vulnerability, or trust. It's like growing up in a house where no one ever really speaks the language of love and then being expected to speak it fluently as an adult. Even if the desire is there, the tools are missing. And without realizing it, you end up pushing the very thing away that you long for. And that conflict is what we're watching play out here with Dave, among many other things that are playing out, which I'll talk about throughout this video.
We get our phones back. I get millions of messages, and they're telling me, like, why are you engaged to this girl that basically had a boyfriend going into the experiment?
Dave is bringing up the issue of Lauren being with another guy, almost as if it's the first time it's being discussed. And I believe that I know why, and I'll say more about that in a minute, but let's just watch a little more.
All of my close friends and family, aka my sister, heard about this guy. You probably didn't expect me to have such a connection with this guy. I go back to that and I'm just like, did she just think she was gonna come back and not face this?
Have you noticed that Dave has more of an edge when he brings this up with Lauren again? And there's a reason for that, which I will also get to in a moment. But here's something interesting to consider in the meantime. Why is Dave holding so tightly to questioning and doubting Lauren's integrity when he was the one in the pods who openly admitted to lacking integrity that he now seems to condemn?
She was just very hard on me about like just doing the right thing, like having integrity. And like, I haven't always had that.
Dave is challenging Lauren on trust and integrity, and as I explained in a previous video, he may never fully trust her because he doesn't appear to trust himself. He consistently relies on the perspective of others and shifts what he thinks and feels based on who's in front of him and what they believe. But there's another layer here. When someone hasn't acted with integrity in their own past, especially how they've treated others in relationships, it becomes difficult for them to believe that someone else is showing up with integrity. They assume that others operate the same way they have. And do you remember when Lauren said this to Dave?
I hear it not only from my friends, but like my sister has mutual connections. She's just like, who is this girl that you're engaged to that was like with some other guy?
I've never in my life had to like defend my character. Never been in a situation.
And you shouldn't.
When someone has struggled with integrity for most of their life, it becomes very hard for them to trust that anyone else truly has integrity. They project their own internal challenges onto others, and that seems to be happening here with Dave. So take, for instance, when he tells Lauren that she shouldn't have to defend her character, yet his behavior constantly puts her in a position where she does have to defend her behavior. It's confusing and it feels like gaslighting, but is it intentional? Is he lying? Or is there something deeper going on? Let's start here. Dave's friends and sister are feeding him their conclusions about Lauren, and instead of evaluating those opinions for himself, he takes them in as truth in the moment. Why? Because when you don't have a strong internal sense of who you are or what you believe, you become easily swayed by people around you. It's as if he's borrowing their perspective because he doesn't have his own clear compass. This creates a confusing and even painful dynamic for Lauren. He says one thing and does another. He tells her she doesn't need to prove herself yet, repeatedly demands she do just that. But I don't believe that Dave is connecting those dots. This kind of inner confusion often starts in childhood. When a child doesn't have someone who really sees them, listens closely, and helps them make sense of what they're feeling and thinking. Without that emotional teaching, a child grows up not knowing how to access or trust their own inner world. That's what I believe we're seeing here in Dave. While I do think there are moments when he lies, likely as a defense against shame, it also seems clear that he doesn't hold the whole picture at once. He is fragmented. And when you're fragmented, you say one thing and you do another, and you don't even realize the disconnect. Okay, let's get back to the discussion between Dave and Lauren.
I'm getting frustrated because like on Sunday you literally said, I don't give a shit about like who you hooked up with before this, and now we're coming back to it.
Because we're coming back to it because of the way your dad approached me, saying that he thought I was there just to like kind of see what happens.
First, there's the inner disconnection I'm talking about. One day, Dave tells Lauren that her past doesn't matter to him, and then he suddenly changes his stance based on the conversation he has with someone. In this case, it was Lauren's father. And it is this conversation with Lauren's father that has impacted Dave, and this is why he is bringing this up with an edge, with judgment and an accusatory tone. It's not just about Lauren. It's about the anger he is still carrying from whatever Lauren's father said to him. Watch closely.
Does he know the whole story?
He does.
It didn't really seem like they fully understood. He was like, I thought Lauren was very ready for an engagement when she left. Sounds like you weren't. And I was like, okay, she was the one that kind of had a relationship going into it. I did not.
Lauren's dad challenged Dave. Now, I don't know if Lauren ever challenged Dave off camera, but on camera, we see that she didn't. What we saw instead was she repeatedly defended herself, trying so hard to get Dave to believe her. I think that when Lauren's dad challenged Dave, it touched something deeper in him. He seemed angry afterward, and I imagine he may have felt some shame in that moment. That doesn't mean that Lauren's father meant to shame him. He may have simply been expressing concern for his daughter. But for someone like Dave, even gentle confrontation can feel threatening if they haven't developed the internal safety to hold their own sense of worth in those moments. And now we see Dave taking a bit of a self-righteous stance, perhaps not intentionally, but it's a way to cope. When someone feels shame, it's common to focus outward, sometimes becoming overly critical of others. It can be a form of protection, trying to feel more secure, by sort of holding the moral high ground. It's an unhealthy coping mechanism to combat their shame. Because remember when Dave admitted these things about himself in the pod?
I just have kind of been an ass to women. I mean, it was always about looks right away for me.
I'm 30.
Okay. So you're no longer attractive. Having integrity, I haven't always had that.
You know, the takeaway here is this. Believe what people tell you about themselves. There's no doubt that Dave carries shame about these parts of himself. So when he's questioned, that shame likely surfaces. But the challenge is he likely doesn't even realize that he's feeling shame. A lot of people don't. They're not aware of it in the moment. Instead, they react to it. Sometimes that means getting angry and lashing out. Other times it looks like pulling away, or sometimes both. But there's more to reveal. Keep watching.
This is something that like you need to work through and be a team member with them.
Yes,
because
I
if
am.
you were, then this would have been minuscule shit.
You have no reason to say that to me. Putting it on me that I'm not ready for a teammate. Sound like your dad right now.
When Dave says, "You sound like your dad right now," there it is, his anger coming through. It's a defensive moment, and instead of reflecting on his own role in the conflict, he takes no responsibility. He puts it all on Lauren. This is what happens when you challenge someone who hasn't developed the capacity to hold both their own perspective and someone else's at the same time. Rather than engaging in self-reflection, that person will deflect. They shift to blame. Because looking inward, especially when there's unresolved shame or insecurity, can feel too threatening. So instead of acknowledging his part, Dave redirects the tension back onto Lauren, reinforcing a dynamic where she feels like she's constantly on trial. Also, I am going to reveal a big insight to you soon about Dave not introducing Lauren to her family, but let's keep going with this conversation.
He easily could have come on the experiment and said what he had to say, but he didn't. And he also said shit about my dad and sister not wanting to be involved. Yeah, you wonder why? You didn't either. So what the was that?
So
that was up.
I don't understand why this is all on me.
If Lauren had challenged Dave from the beginning, instead of trying to defend herself or convince him to trust her, she likely would have experienced what we're seeing now. Dave placing all the blame on her. This points to a deeper pattern in their dynamic. Dave doesn't seem to be able to tolerate being questioned without feeling attacked, even though he's not being attacked. So when Lauren defends herself, he maintains control of the narrative. But if she were to challenge him directly, it would likely trigger his shame. And rather than sit with that discomfort, he'd protect himself by flipping the script and making her the problem. That's what makes this dynamic so difficult. Lauren tries to earn trust by proving herself, and Dave avoids trust by projecting his own inner challenges onto Lauren. It's not just about their communication, it's about an emotional pattern rooted in protection, fear, and the inability to hold the complexity of a relationship. This is why I always say, no one is truly ready for a serious, committed relationship until they have experienced conflict with their partner. Because how someone approaches conflict reveals so much about who they are. It shows you their emotional maturity, their capacity for self-reflection, and whether they see connection or control when things get hard.
Well, I'm hesitant to bring you fully into my life and introduce my good friends and family to you. My sister, she's worried about me.
Since the day we got back, I was like, I want to talk to your friends and family. Yeah. My friends and family have been part of this. You've been keeping your friends and family at bay.
Lauren is pointing out a real contradiction in Dave. She introduced him to her family and friends. She welcomed him into her world, but he hasn't done the same. And his explanation, that his family is worried about him and being protective. But I don't believe that's the full picture. And that's where the deeper insight comes in, which I'm going to reveal in just a moment.
My friends and family are the most supportive people I know. They would have been here if I really wanted them to be here. They would have showed up.
Okay, so Dave says that his friends and family would meet Lauren if he really wanted them to meet her. Is he lying? Because he also says this.
If he loved me and if he like said all of the things that he's saying to me to his sister, she would be like so excited for you and like wanting to meet me and wanting to be part of this.
I can't force people to do things they don't want to do.
Now he says, I can't force people to do things that they don't want to do, when he just said that they would meet her if he asked them. So, is he lying? Well, like I said, it's complex. And I'm going to explain more of the complexity, but let's go a little further. Here is a very important and telling insight that I said I would share with you. Do you remember Dave sharing this with Molly?
I've had a lot of like girls I've like gone on a few dates with, never really introduced them to my family.
Straight from his own mouth, he has never introduced anyone to his family. He claims it's because his family is protective. He says they'll do whatever he wants, and yet he also says he can't force them to do anything that they don't want to do. Those are mixed messages, and when someone gives contradictory explanations like he did, it's a sign that even they don't fully understand what's going on inside of themselves. This is where trauma may be playing a role. If Dave experienced emotional neglect or inconsistent connection growing up, his early environment may have taught him that closeness isn't safe, that people can't be trusted, or that he isn't enough as is. That kind of early relational trauma often leads to confusion about intimacy, sort of that push-pull dynamic where a person longs for connection but fears being open to it at the same time. Letting someone into your world, especially your family, can feel incredibly exposing. And if your family dynamics are complicated, it only adds to that fear. You worry your partner will see parts of your life you've worked hard to avoid, explain away, or even disconnect from. So instead of integrating Lauren into his life, the deeper truth may be that he isn't ready for that level of emotional exposure. And without realizing it, he keeps her at a distance in the only way he knows how, by not letting her get too close to the parts of himself he's still unsure about. And for Lauren, this creates an emotional mismatch. She's showing up fully, bringing him into her world and trying to build trust, but Dave isn't meeting her there. Not because he doesn't care, but because in many ways he hasn't yet learned how to risk being fully known.
It's very hard for me to just like walk away from it. But like my heart thinks it's the right decision.
Yeah.
So Dave ends it, not surprisingly. But I want to show you a little bit more about when he talks with Molly for the first time. She gives insight into something about Dave.
My sister is just like really important to me that she approves of like what I do. She was like not a fan of me doing this at all.
Dave says he needs his sister's approval, and that tells us something important. When someone places that much weight on a family member's opinion, especially in adult relationships, it can mean that their sense of self is still deeply tied to how they're seen by others, particularly those they grew up with. And in Dave's case, needing his sister's approval may be less about love or respect and more about fear. Fear of disconnection with her, fear of being wrong, or fear of stepping into his own choices without her validation. And when your identity is shaped around needing someone else's approval, it becomes nearly impossible to fully show up for a partner. So after talking with Molly, Dave seeks out Lauren.
One thing I'm really bad at is admitting that I'm wrong. It's not you. That's the thing about all this. Like, it's not you. I'm so sick of having to try to defend you versus my friends versus my family.
Dave's statement about being tired of having to defend himself actually reveals a lot. He is not taking any responsibility for his role in the dynamic or anything that went on between him and Lauren. Instead, he is centering on his own discomfort. This is a sign that Dave has a lot of personal growth work to do. And if he chooses ever to do that work, it won't be easy, because real growth would require him to sit with discomfort, examine his patterns, examine his upbringing and his relationships with his family and friends, and take ownership instead of deflecting blame.
It was my fault. Like, it was my ego got in the way of like really seeing what we had. I guess what I'm saying is I'm really sorry.
In the clip I'm going to show you next, I'm going to explain why I don't feel that Dave is genuinely remorseful for how things played out. For one, it's clear he has been drinking, and alcohol tends to heighten whatever emotions that's already simmering underneath. I think what he is feeling right now is that he misses Lauren, but he really isn't acknowledging how any of his actions impacted Lauren. And then she pushes back a little bit, and this is what happens.
I care so much about you. And it felt so bad. I was just like, that's all I wanted.
Like, you didn't text me.
I know.
You didn't, like...
You didn't text me either.
And there it is, the bite back. You didn't text me either. So what's important to notice is that while he seems open at first, he's still controlling the narrative. But the moment that Lauren challenges that version of the events, he snaps back. That's not remorse. That's defensiveness. This is why I say that he's not truly remorseful for how Lauren was hurt in all of this. And just to be clear, I am not saying that Lauren doesn't have her own growth work to do. She absolutely does. But in this video, I'm just really focusing on what we're seeing play out with Dave. So for Dave, unless he's willing to acknowledge his part, the cycle will repeat with Lauren or with anyone else. Here's something worth understanding. Before we label someone as a liar or a manipulator, it's worth asking what's really driving their behavior. Sometimes the most confusing actions come from the deepest wounds. And while that does not excuse the harm or the hurt that they cause, understanding it helps us protect ourselves and respond with clarity and grow stronger within ourselves and perhaps our relationships. Well, so that is a wrap on episode 10. I love diving deep into relationships with all of you, so let's talk about Love is Blind, the final episode. So there's a lot of wedding planning happening, and while the excitement is real, I'm going to shift us toward a bit of a reality check. Hi, I'm Dr. Pam, therapist and passionate relationship counselor. And quickly, before we jump in, drop me a comment and tell me what other shows you'd like me to do a Therapist Reacts video on. Okay, so for today's video, I do have to say that I feel a little bit like a Debbie Downer. But there's something about relationships and deciding to marry that a lot of people simply are not aware of, and honestly, it's too important to ignore. And actually, Sarah's sister said it best when she described the beginning of a relationship and falling in love with just 3 little words. I promise I'll share them with you in just a minute, but first, I do want to set things up a bit so that when you hear those 3 words, you're not only going to feel the weight of what she said, but you're also going to understand why they matter so much in the bigger picture. Along the way, I'm also going to break down projection and idealization in dating because everyone does it, we all do it. The key is recognizing when it's happening so you can manage it instead of letting it shape your choices. And of course, we all know that Love is Blind is a heavily edited show, and my comments are based solely on what is shown. And this isn't about judging anyone on the show, it's about learning from their experiences, for which I really am grateful. So let's start with the moment when Sarah introduces Ben to her sister and her sister's partner. And after a few minutes, Ben steps away to give them a chance to talk privately. And during that conversation, Sarah's sister and her partner express some concerns, and Sarah responds with this.
It made me feel like so special, and I felt energized, loved, and important. He has such a kind heart. He's literally someone who is self-intuitive, fun, laughs at my jokes, spontaneous. He's like spice of life, like cup half full. It's someone who's emotionally intelligent.
Notice the intensity Sarah is using to describe Ben. I see this kind of intensity all the time when someone falls in love. Love at the beginning of a relationship, it's like a drug, and you can't reason with someone who's under the influence of this drug. Let's call it a love drug. It's intense, it's powerful, and it clouds rational thinking and reason. And she continues, let's watch.
And that's like literally everything that Ben is, like driven. I love the person he is. It's so crazy to say because I know it's fast. But I could honestly see myself saying yes.
That intensity from the love drug can create a strong desire to get married because you are fantasizing about your future together.
For you to try my dad's steak, and then I can't wait to try your dad's steak.
Have a steak
Try
off.
each other's steak. We're big, one happy family.
The fantasy begins very early in a relationship, and it's not just something we see on Love is Blind, it happens all the time. When you feel like you have found your person, and you're swept up in that intensity, it is so easy to believe that everything you're experiencing will last forever. And of course, you want the feeling to last forever. It is completely natural to want to build a future around those feelings. And when you decide to marry, next comes the excitement of the wedding planning. There's learning how to dance together, practicing every step so you can share a beautiful, unforgettable first dance at your wedding. There's dress shopping, where you're surrounded by family and friends, and it feels like stepping into a moment you've dreamed about maybe your whole life. There's taking engagement photos, capturing those early magical feelings where it's all so exciting and so full of hopes and dreams. I promise I'm going to get to Sarah's sister's 3 words. I just want to break this down a little bit more so it makes more sense when we get there.
It's just how I feel.
So beautiful.
It's just how
Same.
Yeah, it seems like a lifetime
That was
ago.
the best.
Cheers to our first igloo adventure.
Dating can feel magical, especially when you find someone you fall in love with and suddenly all of your everyday worries fade into the background. You feel seen, you're showing up as your best self, and you're just enjoying the ride. Falling in love while dating can almost feel like a mini vacation from real life. And don't forget, you're also under the influence of that love drug, which is an incredible high. Okay, Sarah's sister's 3 words. Here they are.
It just is not real right now.
Sarah's sister says it's not real, and honestly, she is spot on. She's trying to reason with someone, Sarah, who's essentially high on the love drug, and of course, they don't want that feeling to end. But there's something else that Sarah's doing here, and I'm going to talk about that in just a minute. But first, let's break down what her sister really means by it's not real. She's not saying the feelings aren't genuine because they are, and she acknowledges that right here.
I see that you have a strong connection, but I caution you, as your sister, it just is not real right now.
What she means is that what's happening isn't grounded yet. It's not based on shared life experience, on time, or true understanding of each other. It's real emotion, but it's not yet a real relationship built on depth, stability, tested trust, and connection. It's still unfolding, and right now, it's mostly fueled by chemistry, hope, and projection. And I'll talk about what projection in the beginning of a relationship is, but what she's saying is that this stage, the rush, the intensity, the idealization, it isn't the full picture of love. It's just not grounded in reality, day-to-day compatibility, or long-term connection. Okay, so let's talk about 2 very important things that happen in the beginning of a relationship: projection and idealizing.
Ben is everything I hope for in a lifelong partner. He is so kind, selfless, he's caring, he's empathetic, he's a caretaker, he's genuine, he's funny, he's goofy. I can't imagine my life without Ben now.
This is projection and idealizing. Projection and idealizing often show up hand in hand when we're dating and falling in love, but they're not quite the same. Projection is when we unconsciously place our own hopes, fears, or unmet needs onto the other person. You might be seeing parts of who they are, but you're also filling in the blanks with pieces of your past, what you wish they'll be, or what you are afraid they might become. Idealization, on the other hand, is when we get swept up in the emotional high of new love and start seeing the other person as perfect, flawless, magical, everything we've ever dreamed of. It's driven by excitement and hope, and while it's a completely normal part of early love, it can make it hard to see the full, real human in front of you. Earlier, I showed you a clip of Sarah talking about Ben with so much hope, joy, and excitement, but now we see her here at the reunion, feeling very differently. And the truth is, no one could have convinced her back then that she might end up feeling this way about him.
Been a year. Do you feel that this whole process with Ben was rehearsed in a way?
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't authentic, and I fell for it the whole time. I felt like I was completely love bombed. I totally fell for it.
Both projection and idealization are part of how we fall in love. But to build something lasting, we have to learn to look beyond the version we've created in our minds and start seeing the other person as they truly are. And I'll say more about how to move through this stage in a minute. But projection, for example, is if you've always wanted to feel deeply understood. You might meet someone who gives you a little attention or asks thoughtful questions, and you suddenly project the idea that they are emotionally safe, reliable, and the one. You're not fully seeing them, though. You're seeing what you want to see in them. Like I said, you're seeing a part of them, but you're not seeing all of them. And it can go the other way, too. If you've been hurt before, you might assume this new person will eventually abandon you or betray you. Even if they've shown no signs of that, you're projecting past pain onto someone in the present.
To be treated so nicely and just be with somebody I feel like has such a pure heart and pure intentions. Yeah, I just feel grateful.
This is a clear example of idealizing. I found myself wondering, what does she really mean when she says that he has a pure heart and pure intentions? Those are meaningful qualities, but they're also vague and need to be explored over time. So here's the takeaway. Please, please, please remember that only some of what you're feeling in the early stages of a relationship are real. The emotions are real, but they have not yet been based on the full picture of who this person is.
But I chose to trust Ben. Knowing what I know now about Ben, a TikTok like that makes sense. I'm not surprised.
So how do you move through projection and idealizing? It starts with awareness. Be aware of projection and idealizing. And also be curious about whether you're seeing the person or just your hopes, fears, or past experiences reflected onto them. And know that it's completely normal to start noticing the cracks, the flaws, and the differences in each of you as time goes on. That doesn't mean the relationship is doomed. It means it's becoming real. If you expect those moments to come and you're both willing to move through them with honesty, openness, and care, that's when true connection and long-term love can actually begin. I always tell people that I counsel, wait at least 2 years before making a major life decision together. 3 is even better. That's when you'll start to see each other more clearly and realistically. Patterns begin to unfold and trust may even be tested. And like I always say, the most important indicator of a healthy relationship isn't how great things feel in the beginning. It's how the two of you show up to handle conflict. Because how someone shows up in moments of tension reveals everything. Their emotional maturity, their self-awareness, their willingness to reflect, and their capacity to do the hard but necessary work of building a lasting relationship. Well, that is a wrap on Love is Blind. So if you found today's tips helpful, please give this video a thumbs up and share it with someone who might benefit. And don't forget to subscribe for more insights on love, relationships, and personal growth. I will be reviewing and reacting to new shows, so stay tuned. See you next time.